What if the scariest thing in your house wasn't a ghost, but someone who looks exactly like you? A sister caught on webcam walking upstairs while she's asleep on the couch. A maid seen at dawn, then matched to a photo from a century ago. A dead pet still answering the front door. If this happened to you, would you investigate or pretend you never saw it? Story 1. Looking back on my childhood, the strangest thing isn't that I think the house I grew up in was haunted. A lot of people say that about old houses. What really gets under my skin is that in our case, it never seemed to be haunted by a ghost in the typical sense. There was no mysterious woman in a white, no faceless man in a corner, no random shadow figure that appeared and vanished. Instead, it always seemed to be us, or things that looked and acted exactly like us. The best way I can describe it is doppelgangers. Not in the full folklore sense with evil twins trying to replace you, but close enough to be unsettling. Almost every weird thing that happened involved a known person, me, my sister, my mom, appearing where they shouldn't be, or doing something they didn't actually do. The older I got, and the more I strung these experiences together, the weirder it felt. I was a teenager when most of it started happening, living in an old Victorian house with my family. It was one of those tall, narrow places with creaky wooden floors, steep stairs, and a bunch of little quirks that come with age. The kind of house that made noise constantly, settling, expanding, contracting. You always knew when someone was walking because the floors complained about it. There was no such thing as sneaking around quietly. My bedroom was on the ground floor off a hallway. If you sat in my desk chair and looked toward my computer, you'd see, over my shoulder in the webcam view, the bottom of the staircase going up to the second floor on the left side of the frame. On the right side, you could see the wide doorway that led into the living room. The living room was where my younger sister always fell asleep on the couch. It was kind of her routine. She'd put on the TV at night, lie down for a minute, and then be out cold by the time everyone else went to bed. At some point in the middle of the night, usually after the TV had long since gone to its quiet blue screen, she'd wake up half asleep, shuffle up the stairs, and collapse in her proper bed. Because the house was old, and any movement along that path was loud. The floor between the living room and the stairs had a particular creak in one spot that you could almost hear in your head, even if nobody stepped on it. The stairs themselves protested just as much. If someone went up or down, you knew. One night, I was sitting at my computer, chatting with my girlfriend on Instant Messenger. This was back in the days when webcams were a huge deal, so I had my little grainy camera clipped to the top of the monitor. I had the preview window open so I could see myself. Teenage me in a rolling desk chair, headphones on, typing away, sometimes making dumb faces at the camera for my girlfriend's benefit. Behind me, in the webcam view, was that familiar slice of my world. The bottom of the staircase on the left, the living room entrance on the right. We were just talking about nothing important, the way you do at that age, and I remember feeling relaxed, comfortable. It was late, but not super late. Everyone was home, doing their own thing. At one point, as I was typing, I saw movement in the preview window. My sister walked out of the living room behind me, crossed the narrow bit of hallway that was visible, and went up the stairs. It was such an ordinary sight. I'd seen her do that 100 times, that at first I didn't think anything of it. But almost immediately, something in the back of my mind tugged at me. Something was off. I realized very suddenly that I hadn't heard anything. No creak from the living room floor, no complaining stomp from the first stair. No series of wooden groans, as she climbed up to the second floor. My room was quiet, except for the faint clicking of my keyboard and the low hum of the computer's fan. Seeing motion without hearing sound in that house was like seeing someone speak with no voice. Wrong. Without saying anything to my girlfriend, I didn't want to sound crazy. I pulled off my headphones and got up. I walked over to the living room doorway. There, on the couch, exactly where she always was at that time of night, my sister was fast asleep, completely passed out. Pajamas, blanket, mouth slightly open, the flicker of the TV painting blue light over her face. I just stood there for a couple of seconds, staring at her, my heart thumping a little harder than it should have. I hadn't imagined seeing her walk by. It had been clear. The movement had been so distinct that my brain had accepted it without question. Oh, and yet here she was, still in the same place she'd been the whole time. I went back to my chair and sat down, feeling unsettled. I typed to my girlfriend, "Did you see anything on my camera just now?" She answered almost immediately, "Yeah, I just saw your sister go upstairs." That was the first time it really hit me that whatever I had seen, it wasn't just in my head. Someone else, looking at the same grainy webcam feed from somewhere else entirely, had seen the same thing. We'd both watched my sister walk upstairs while she was asleep on the couch the whole time. After that, I paid closer attention. There were other incidents that followed over the years we lived in that house. Individually, you could maybe write them off as mistakes or glitches in memory. Together, though, they started to form a pattern that was hard to ignore. On another time, my family was getting ready to go somewhere together. I don't remember exactly where we were going, maybe to visit relatives, maybe to go out for dinner. What I remember is the feeling of that typical pre-outing chaos. My mom double-checking her bag, my dad looking for his keys, my sister finishing getting dressed, me already out in the car waiting for everyone else. Eventually, my mom came out and got into the driver's seat. I climbed into the passenger seat. We sat there for a minute talking about how long it always took everyone to get moving. My sister was still inside the house finishing something up, grabbing her phone, putting on makeup, who knows. After a short while, my sister came out, shut the front door, and walked to the car. She opened the back door, slid into the seat behind me, and as soon as she closed the door, she gave me this look. It wasn't angry or sad exactly. It was more like confusion mixed with, what the hell? "What?" I asked, turning in my seat to look at her. She stared at me, eyebrows pulled together. "Were you just upstairs?" she asked. "No," I said slowly. "I've been in the car with Mom this whole time." She shook her head a little, like she was trying to dislodge something weird from her thoughts. "I was just in the hallway, and I thought you were still in your room. I yelled up the stairs, 'My name, we're leaving.' And you yelled back, 'Okay, I'll be down in a minute.'" I felt a weird chill run down my spine. I hadn't been inside. I hadn't yelled anything. I'd been sitting in that car, quietly complaining to my mom about how long it was taking everyone. And yet, my sister had heard my voice from upstairs, answering her in exactly the way I would have if I actually had been there. She swore she'd heard it clearly. Not a muffled sound, not some random noise. My voice, my words. There's only so many times you can brush that kind of thing off as weird acoustics, or must have been the TV before it starts to gnaw at you. It wasn't just my sister and I either. My mom had her own encounter. One morning, she told me about something that had happened to her during the night. It was early, the kind of half-awake time when you're having coffee and everyone's moving slowly. She looked a little tired, a little distracted, and finally said, "I had the strangest thing happen last night." She explained that she'd woken up in the middle of the night because she felt someone tapping her foot. Not a random twitch or muscle spasm. A series of taps, like someone nudging her to wake up. She opened her eyes, a bit groggy, and looked toward the end of the bed. There, standing at the foot of her bed, was me. Or at least, that's what she thought for a couple of seconds. She said the figure had my height, my build, even the way I tend to stand when I'm not sure what I want to say. Kind of loose, one shoulder a bit lower. It was dark, so she couldn't see details of the face clearly, but everything about the outline made her think it was me. She was about to say, "What's wrong?" or "Do you need something?" when, right in front of her, the figure faded out. That was the phrase she used. Not walked away, not turned and left, just faded, like someone turning down a dimmer switch on a person. 1 second, she was sure I was there. A few seconds later, there was nothing but the end of the bed and the dark room. I hadn't gone into her room the night before. I hadn't had any reason to. Hearing her tell that story, her face serious, not joking, added another piece to the doppelganger puzzle. It wasn't all visual either. Sometimes it was tactile, felt. One night, lying in bed, I had an encounter that still makes my skin prick when I think about it. I woke up slowly, that hazy drifting from dream to awareness. The room was dark, quiet. For a minute, I just lay there, half on my side, half on my back. Then I realized that it felt like someone was under the covers with me. Not just a vague pressure or a bunched up blanket. It genuinely felt like there was a body pressed up against my back, curved in the way you curl around someone you're close to. Then it was a familiar position to me, because that's how my girlfriend at the time would lie when we'd fall asleep together. Her knees tucked behind mine, chest against my back, one arm draped over my side. The weight and warmth felt exactly like that. Solid. Real. For a few seconds, I didn't move. My brain was confusedly trying to make it make sense. I lived at home still. My girlfriend wasn't there. She couldn't be in bed with me. It would have been a very big, very obvious problem if she had been. And yet my senses told me clearly, someone is right here. I swallowed, heart starting to speed up, and said quietly, "Hello?" As soon as I spoke, the blanket next to me visibly deflated. I didn't just imagine the change. I saw the material fall and flatten, like whatever had been under it had suddenly been pulled away. The pressure against my back disappeared in an instant. The space beside me felt empty in a way it hadn't a second before. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, adrenaline rushing through me, every sound in the house suddenly magnified. I didn't see who or what it had been. All I know is that whatever was under that blanket, whoever felt like my girlfriend curled up beside me, vanished the moment I acknowledged it. I tucked that one in with the rest of the not quite us, but looks and feels like us incidents. The strangest event, though, might have been the one that didn't happen while I was in the house at all. When I was 22, I was in the military. During my time in service, I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. It's not the kind of thing you can ignore. Once you're insulin dependent, your life changes. You get used to carrying a kit with you everywhere. A little zip-up pouch with your glucometer, test strips, insulin pen, needles, alcohol pads. It becomes as essential as your wallet or your phone. Because of the diagnosis, I knew I wasn't going to be able to stay in the military long term. It took about a year after the diagnosis for the separation process to fully go through. So I was in this in-between limbo for a while. Still technically in, but also planning my exit. About a month after I got diagnosed, I went home on leave for the holidays. It felt good to be back in the house I knew so well, even with all its weirdness. I spent time with my family, told them about what living with diabetes was going to be like, explained the needles and the blood sugar checks. It was a strange adjustment period for all of us, but we were dealing with it. When my leave ended, I packed my things carefully. Uniform, civilian clothes, toiletries, and of course, my black diabetic kit. I checked it twice. You don't really go anywhere without that once you know better. I said goodbye to my family, got in my car, and headed back toward base. I had been on the road a short time when my phone buzzed with a text from my mom. "Are you missing your diabetic kit?" she asked. Immediately, my heart jumped into my throat. I glanced over to the passenger seat where I always kept it when driving. There it was, right where I'd put it. I even reached over and unzipped it quickly to make sure everything was inside: the meter, the insulin, the needles. "No, I've got it," I texted back. "Why?" A moment later, my phone pinged again. This time it was a picture. But it was a photo of a diabetic kit. A black zip-up pouch, very similar in size and shape to mine, stuffed with what looked like all the standard supplies. And I had never seen it in my life. Mom wrote, "Do you recognize this? Your sister found it outside her bedroom window." I stared at the picture, genuinely baffled. Every detail screamed, this belongs to someone like me. But it didn't belong to me. The brand was different. The way the pockets were arranged inside was different. It was someone else's gear. "Weird," I replied. "No idea whose that is. Mine is here with me." The weirdness didn't stop with the mystery kit itself. My sister hadn't found it on the ground floor by the front door, or in the kitchen, or in the living room, where someone might have accidentally left it. She had found it outside her window. Her bedroom was on the second floor. According to her, she'd gone into her room and noticed something sitting on the outside window ledge, propped up carefully, as if someone had set it there deliberately. She opened the window, reached out, and brought it in. There was no ladder leaning against the house, no tree close enough to climb up and place it there, no balcony, just a flat wall and a second-story window with this black pouch resting neatly outside it. No one in our family, immediate or extended, had diabetes besides me. None of our friends did either, at least not anyone who had ever been to the house. There was no reason for some random diabetic person to climb up the side of our house and leave their kit outside my sister's room. The whole thing felt like a glitch, almost like some other version of me, or someone like me, had lost their kit in some crossing over moment, and it had ended up there, outside the window of a house that already seemed to echo us in strange ways. Maybe that sounds like a stretch. Maybe, technically, there's a totally normal explanation. Someone could have tossed it up from the ground and gotten lucky. Someone could have hidden it there as a prank. Maybe there was an unknown diabetic neighbor who dropped it from above somehow. But when you stack it next to everything else, the sight of my sister going upstairs when she was asleep on the couch, my voice answering from inside the house when I was outside, my mom seeing me at the end of the bed when I wasn't there, the invisible presence under my blanket that felt exactly like someone I loved. That extra, unowned diabetic kit perched on a second-story window ledge just fits the pattern in a way that makes my skin crawl. What exactly was going on in that house? I don't know. I've thought about a lot of possibilities over the years. Maybe the house was just creaky and our brains played tricks on us. Maybe the webcam glitched. Maybe my sister misheard the TV. Maybe my mom dreamt me at the end of her bed. Maybe the warmth under my blanket was my imagination half caught in a dream. Maybe some stranger planted that diabetic kit as a bizarre, meaningless coincidence. Or maybe, for reasons I can't understand, that house was some kind of thin place, a spot where things slipped. Moments and versions of us overlapped. Echoes of us went up the stairs or answered calls from rooms we weren't in. Copies of our bodies, or something wearing our shapes, stood at the ends of beds and propped up items that belonged to people who never quite existed in our world. I don't have a neat ending to the story. We eventually moved. Life went on. I learned to manage my diabetes, built a life outside the military. And those incidents became stories I pull out now and then when people talk about weird experiences. But every so often, usually late at night, I'll think about that Victorian house and all the times I saw myself or my family doing things we didn't do. I'll picture that unfamiliar diabetic kit sitting outside my sister's second-floor window. And I'll get that same cold feeling I had when I first saw my sister walk past my webcam and up the stairs without making a sound. Story 2, my uncle has always been a bit of a character. He's a neurologist in New York City, successful, busy, the kind of man who wears good suits and spends extra money on things that most people would call unnecessary. He loves good wine, old cars, antique furniture, and old houses. Especially old houses. That's how he ended up with a house way out on the eastern end of New York State. The first time I saw it, I understood immediately why he'd bought it. It looked like something from a painting or a movie. It stood on a slight rise with big old trees around it. Oaks and maples that must have been as old as the house itself. The front lawn stretched out toward a narrow, quiet road. The shingles on the roof were dark and weathered, and ivy crept up one side of the stone foundation. The house itself dated back to the 1800s. It had tall windows with real wooden shutters on a wraparound porch, and that sense of having been there for a very long time, watching different ages come and go. Inside, it was all creaky floorboards, narrow staircases, fireplaces in several rooms, and odd corners that didn't quite line up. You could tell it had been built in a time when things weren't standardized, when houses grew and changed as people added to them. It was beautiful, and also a little unsettling. Like most old houses, it came with stories. The local version of the story was that the house had originally belonged to a wealthy family in the 1800s. They had money, land, horses, the kind of people who hired others to take care of everything. Among their staff, they had a stableman and a maid who had both worked there for years. Some versions of the story said the stableman and the maid were together, a quiet couple who kept to themselves and stayed loyal to the place no matter what. When the original owners were getting old, it was said that they had promised the stableman that he and the maid would be taken care of. Some people in town even claimed the owners had talked about leaving them the house when they died, or at least giving them a cottage or a good sum of money. The stableman, according to the story, believed those promises and stayed on through hard winters and bad harvests, thinking one day all that loyalty would count for something. But when the owners finally passed away, the heirs had different ideas. Instead of honoring any informal promises to the staff, the family sold the house and much of the land. The stableman and the maid were left with nothing. Some said they were turned out with barely a thank you, while others said they were allowed to stay for a short time and then told to leave. Nobody seems to know exactly what happened to them after that, only that they didn't get what they expected. Over time, the story twisted into a kind of local legend. The stableman and the maid were angry, and they chose to stay anyway. Not in life, but as restless spirits. Supposedly, they haunted the house, walking its halls at night, doing the same chores they had always done, tying themselves to the place that had been taken away from them. By the time my uncle bought the house, the tale had been told so many times that it was almost like part of the brochure. "Oh yeah," people around town would say with a little laugh. "That place is haunted." The maid and the stableman never left. We always joked about it in the family. Whenever someone heard a noise at night, a door creaking, a thump from the attic, footsteps on the stairs, someone would say, "There goes the stableman," or "The maid's changing the sheets again." The house was old. Old houses make sounds. The pipes rattled, the wood shifted. The wind found tiny ways in and whistled through. None of us took it seriously. Late at night, lying in bed, you could hear things moving. Sometimes it sounded like soft footsteps crossing the upstairs hall. Other times it was like someone setting something down in another room. My cousins and I would look at each other in the morning over breakfast and say things like, "Did you hear that last night?" And then answer our own question with a grin. "Must have been the maid." It was all harmless fun. Until one weekend, when my uncle's friend and her sister came to stay. He had invited them out to spend a night at the house. Since he worked so much in the city, he didn't always get to enjoy the place as much as he wanted to, and he liked having company when he went. They were close enough friends that staying the night was no big deal. They drove out in the late afternoon, had dinner together, drank some wine, talked about work and life in the living room, the usual. My uncle's friend, I'll call her Lisa, loved the house right away. She told us later how impressed she was with the way he decorated it. The old furniture, the framed paintings, the antique mirrors, the heavy curtains. Everything looked like something out of a magazine. It fit him perfectly. She knew he made good money as a neurologist, and it showed in the details. That night, everyone went to bed at a reasonable hour. My uncle always joked that he went to sleep earlier at the country house than he ever did in the city. Something about the slower pace and the quieter nights made his body shut down earlier. The guest room where Lisa and her sister slept was on the second floor at the end of a hallway. A bathroom was nearby, and the stairs down to the main floor were just around the corner. Sometime in the early morning, before the sun was fully up, Lisa woke up. She didn't know what had woken her. No loud noise, no bad dream she could remember. She just found herself drifting out of sleep into that strange, foggy space where you're not fully awake, but not fully gone either. Natural light was only just starting to seep around the edges of the curtains. The house was mostly quiet. Her sister, in the other bed, each was still asleep. Lisa lay there for a bit, thinking about whether she wanted to get up to use the bathroom or just roll over and try to sleep again. She decided she'd probably be more comfortable if she went. So she swung her legs over the side of the bed and stood up. The guest room door was slightly ajar. She opened it quietly, not wanting to wake anyone, and stepped into the hallway. The air was cool, and the old wooden floor under her bare feet felt familiar in that way all old floors do. A little uneven, but solid. From where she was, she had a clear view of the top of the stairs. What she saw then made perfect sense to her in the moment. A woman in a maid's uniform was coming up the stairs, carrying a small stack of folded towels in her arms. Lisa saw her clearly. She was dressed in what looked exactly like a classic maid outfit. A long, dark dress that came almost to her ankles, with a white apron over it. Her hair was pinned up neatly, and she moved with the easy confidence of someone who knew her way around the house. The towels in her arms were snow white, folded crisp and clean. Their eyes met briefly. Lisa was taken aback for a second, then mentally shrugged. In her world, this wasn't that strange. My uncle was a successful New York City neurologist. He had always liked spending a little extra on convenience. Hiring staff to help keep up a big old house like this was exactly the kind of thing she could imagine him doing, without ever making a big deal about it. In her mind, it added up perfectly. Big house, busy doctor, discreet staff. She thought something like, wow, or he really went all in on this place if he has a maid too. The maid gave no sign that anything was unusual. She didn't look surprised to see a guest in the hallway. She just continued up, turned toward the guest rooms, and carried the towels past where Lisa was standing. Lisa didn't say anything. It felt a little awkward to greet someone working that early in the morning when you were in your sleep clothes. So she just stepped back into her room, used the bathroom, and got back into bed. She fell asleep again. Later, she woke up a second time, this time to the smell of coffee and the faint clatter of dishes downstairs. The house felt properly awake now. Sunlight filtered in through the windows more strongly. Voices drifted up from below, and it felt like time to get up for real. Lisa got dressed and headed down the stairs, on her sister following a minute behind her. In the kitchen and adjoining sitting area, she found my uncle already up, looking relaxed in casual clothes, chatting with her sister. The coffee pot was on, mugs were out, and it looked like the start of a normal, slow country morning. She smiled and joined them. "I didn't know you had staff out here," she said after a minute, pouring herself some coffee. My uncle blinked. "What staff?" he asked. Lisa laughed a little, thinking he was joking. "Your maid," she said. "I saw her this morning. Twice, actually. First she was bringing towels upstairs, then later I saw her again with one of those old-fashioned coffee pots. What are they called? Percolators. She was taking it down the stairs. I thought she might be making breakfast." Her sister nodded. "Yeah, I saw someone too," she added. I just assumed it was someone you hired to help up here." My uncle tilted his head, his eyebrows going up. "I don't have any staff out here," he said slowly. "No maid, no housekeeper. It's just me when I'm here." Lisa frowned. She set her mug down, staring at him, expecting him to crack a grin and say he was messing with them. He didn't. "Tell me what she looked like," he said instead, in a tone that was half curious, half amused, like he already had an idea. Lisa described her. The old-fashioned uniform, the long, dark dress, the white apron, the pinned-up hair, the way she moved up and down the stairs, carrying towels and a percolator, like it was the most ordinary thing in the world. As she spoke, the amusement grew in my uncle's expression. When she was finished, he chuckled softly. "Come with me," he said. He led them out of the kitchen and into the living room, where several old framed photographs hung on the wall. Some of them had come with the house, left behind by previous owners or found in boxes in the attic. Black and white portraits, stiff formal poses, people in old clothes staring seriously at the camera the way people always did back then. He stopped in front of one of the photos and pointed. "Was it her?" he asked. Lisa looked at the picture. It showed a woman standing in front of the very same house they were in, though obviously much younger then. She wore a long dark dress and a white apron. Her hair was pulled back and pinned up. She held something in her hands that could have been a folded towel or a cloth. The expression on her face was neutral, like she wasn't used to smiling for photographs. Lisa's heart thumped in her chest. "That's her," she said. "That's exactly the woman I saw." My uncle nodded. "Yeah," he said lightly, though his eyes were sharp. "She's been dead for about 100 years. Silence settled over the room for a moment. Lisa and her sister looked from the old photo to the stairs they had used that morning, back to my uncle, and then at each other. The story of the maid and the stableman, the local legend they'd half joked about when they arrived, suddenly didn't feel like just a story anymore. Very funny, Lisa tried to say, but her voice wobbled a little. I'm not kidding, my uncle replied. That's the maid everyone talks about, the one they say still walks around here. I've never seen her myself, he added. But you're not the first person who has described something like that. He went on to explain that over the years, different guests had mentioned strange little moments. Seeing a woman in an old-style uniform carrying something down the hall, catching a glimpse of someone moving through a doorway who vanished when they looked again. Once, a cousin's kid had asked who the lady with the towels was, assuming she was part of the house. None of them had known the story beforehand. None had been told there was a picture of her in the living room. And yet, when shown the same old black and white photograph, they had all pointed and said, "That's her." Lisa told us later that if she had just dreamt it, or half seen something in the dark, she could have brushed it away. But she'd woken up twice, gotten out of bed, walked into the hall, and clearly seen someone doing tasks that a maid would have done in full morning light. No blur, no shadow. Just a solid person who turned out not to be a person at all. At least, not anymore. After that visit, the way we joked about the house changed slightly. We still laughed. We still said things like, "Must be the maid," when we heard random bumps in the night. But underneath the humor was a small, quiet layer of respect. A recognition that maybe, just maybe, someone else really was out there walking the stairs, carrying towels, and making coffee in a house that had been denied to her in life, but never quite let her go. I don't know if the stableman is there too. No one in my family has ever clearly seen him, or at least not that they've told me. Maybe he haunts the barn or the grounds instead, away from where we sleep and eat. Maybe he moved on and she stayed. Or maybe she's the only one who ever really wanted the house so badly that a century later, she's still seeing to its needs, guests included. All I know is that when I visit my uncle's place now, and I wake up early enough to be in the hallway around dawn, I always glance toward the top of the stairs. Part of me expects to see no one, just empty air in the old banister. And part of me half expects to see a woman in a long, dark dress and white apron coming up the steps, towels or a coffee pot in hand, as real and solid as if she'd just been hired last week. Story 3. I used to live in a house that was way too big for one person. 6 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms, a full basement, big yard, attached garage. The kind of place you normally imagine full of a big family, not one guy who mostly used one floor. And I was there because of work. My boss owned the place, but he lived out of state. As a hiring perk, he let me stay there rent-free in exchange for keeping an eye on it. It was supposed to be one of those win-win deals. I got a nice place to live. He got someone who could make sure the pipes didn't burst and nobody broke in. At first, it really did feel like a win. When I moved in, it was early fall. The days were still warm. The evenings were just starting to get a bit crisp. I set myself up in one of the bedrooms on the first floor and basically claimed that whole level as mine. Kitchen, living room, my bedroom, 1 bathroom. That was all I really needed. The second floor had more bedrooms and bathrooms, but I didn't see much point in going up there except to dust once in a while. The basement was mostly storage, and the garage was where I parked and kept some tools. The rest of the house was just extra space. The first few months were quiet. I got used to the slightly old feel of the place, the way the floorboards creaked a little when you walked in certain spots, or how the heating system would make a few clanks and sighs when it kicked on. It was an older house, solid but not new. And old houses make noise. I didn't think too much of it. I worked during the day, came home, cooked dinner, watched TV, played on my computer, went to bed. It was almost peaceful, having all that space to myself. Then winter came. Where I lived, winter meant serious cold. The kind of cold that makes the air feel sharp in your lungs and the snow pile up in the corners of the yard. I was spending almost all of my free time inside on the first floor. I had my computer desk set up in what had probably been a formal dining room once upon a time, right under part of the second floor. The ceiling above my desk was the floor of one of the upstairs bedrooms. One evening, when the snow was falling outside and the house was especially quiet, I was sitting at my desk browsing the internet. Out of nowhere, I heard a faint sound above me. A little bump, like something rolling a few inches and stopping. I paused for a second, listened, didn't hear anything else, and went back to what I was doing. I figured it was just the house. Maybe the heating ducts expanding or the wind making something shift. Over the next few nights, though, the little bumps didn't go away. If anything, they got more frequent. I'd be sitting there, late at night, and then I'd hear a light thud or a soft scrape from right over my head. It wasn't loud enough to be really alarming, but it was consistent enough that I noticed. Sometimes it sounded like something being dropped. Other times, it was like something small was being dragged a short distance. I told myself it had to be something simple. Maybe a loose piece of wood. Maybe a squirrel up in the attic. The mind jumps to weird ideas first, but I kept pulling it back to normal explanations. Old house, winter, things expand and contract. No big deal. Then the bumps turned into footsteps. The first time I heard them clearly, I was up late working on something for my job. The rest of the house was dark, the only light coming from my computer screen and a small desk lamp. Everything was quiet. Then, from above, heard what sounded exactly like someone walking across the second floor. Not a random creak, not a one-time noise. A series of sounds, evenly spaced, like weight stepping from one board to the next. The pattern moved from one side of the room above me to the other, paused, then went back again. Slow, measured steps. My fingers froze over the keyboard. I held my breath without meaning to and just listened. The steps faded. Then, 10 or 15 minutes later, I heard them again. From a slightly different direction overhead, crossing what I knew was part of the upstairs hallway. That was harder to shrug off. I knew the second floor was empty. I didn't have any pets. No one else in the company lived there. My boss was out of state. There was no reason for any person to be up there. I sat there for a while, every small sound suddenly too loud, the house feeling bigger and emptier than it ever had before. After a few nights of this, my curiosity and unease built up enough that I decided to go upstairs and check everything out properly. It was during the day when I did it, because I'm not going to pretend I'm brave enough to go exploring in a big, shadowy house at 2 a.m. The upstairs was a mix of finished and unfinished spaces. The finished rooms were regular bedrooms, with carpets, painted walls, and light fixtures. The unfinished parts were more like large storage closets or half-done additions. Bare studs, plywood floors, exposed insulation. One of those unfinished rooms connected to the attic above the garage, which was completely unlit and, frankly, a little creepy even before anything weird started. The unfinished room that always stood out to me was sort of like a giant walk-in closet attached to one of the upstairs bedrooms. It had no furniture in it, just raw walls and a door that led directly into the dark, open space of the garage attic. No windows. The air in there felt still and colder than the rest of the house. The first time I ever went into it, even before the noises started, I remember thinking, I don't like this room. When I went up to investigate the footsteps, I walked through the whole second floor, checking each bedroom, each closet, each weird little space. Everything looked normal. No signs of animals, no tracks, nothing out of place. When I got to that big unfinished room, though, I noticed its door was open. I knew I hadn't left it that way. I don't have any reason to go in there. Now, and I usually keep unused rooms closed just out of habit. Door closed means you don't have to think about them. Seeing it open made something in my chest tighten. I stepped inside, the plywood cold under my socked feet, and shone a flashlight into the connecting attic space. Nothing but rafters and darkness. I closed the door to the unfinished room, making sure it fit firmly into the frame. Then, because I was already feeling uneasy, I locked it. The doorknob had one of those simple push-button locks, and I turned the little button until I heard the click. I tested the knob. Locked. Satisfied, I went back downstairs. 2 nights later, the footsteps came back. I was in bed this time, half asleep, when I heard them. Slow steps across the upstairs hallway, and then that same even pattern moving from the direction of the unfinished room toward the upstairs bathroom. The sound stopped near where I knew the bathroom was. I listened, waiting for a bathroom door to close, a toilet to flush, any sound that would make this logical. There was nothing. The worst part? I knew that door to the unfinished room was locked. I had tested it. Whatever I was hearing sounded like it was coming from exactly that part of the house. The next morning, I went upstairs again. The door to the unfinished room was wide open. I stood there for a long moment, just staring at it. My brain tried to come up with reasons. Maybe the lock was broken. Maybe the latch was loose, and gravity or drafts or temperature changes made it pop open. And that made more sense than something came out of the room in the middle of the night. But it didn't make me feel any better. I went over, closed it again, and really examined the knob and latch this time. Mechanically, nothing seemed wrong. It clicked shut. The frame was solid. I locked it again, tested it again, and once more, it was firmly in place. It should have stayed closed. It didn't. Over the next days and weeks, no matter how many times I shut that door and locked it, I would eventually come upstairs and find it open again. Sometimes it was just unlatched. Sometimes it was wide open, like someone had flung it. Once or twice, I caught it in that in-between state, not fully closed, but resting half an inch open, like someone had just slipped through it. I tried everything I could think of to keep it shut, and I fiddled with the strike plate. I checked the hinges. I even balanced a chair against it once, thinking that might give it a little extra resistance. The door still found a way to be open when I wasn't looking. Finally, one weekend, I dragged the heaviest bed from the upstairs bedroom and pushed it up against the door. It took a lot of effort to move it by myself. But when I was done, the bed frame and mattress completely blocked the door. There was no way for it to swing open unless someone moved the bed first. That seemed to work, at least in the most obvious way. I didn't go into that room at all after that. The door stayed physically blocked. But even with the bed pressed tight against it, I would still occasionally find the lock turned to the unlocked position when I checked it, like something on the other side had played with the knob. As the winter went on, the noises spread. It wasn't just footsteps above my desk anymore. I'd be sitting in the living room and hear clear footsteps crossing the kitchen. I'd be in the kitchen and hear something that sounded like someone walking briskly down the upstairs hallway, then stopping. Sometimes, late at night, there would be a single loud thump from somewhere in the house, like a heavy book had been dropped from waist height onto the floor in an empty room. Every time I went to check, there was nothing on the floor, nothing out of place, just that echo of a noise hanging in the air. The morning shower incident was one of the ones that really got to me. I was in the upstairs bathroom, showering before work. The house was quiet, its morning light filtering in through the frosted glass. Hot water pounded down on my shoulders, and the bathroom filled with steam. As I stood there, eyes closed, enjoying the warmth, I heard it. A faint tapping sound just beyond the bathroom door, out in the hallway. Tap, 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 pause, tap. At first I thought maybe it was the pipes. Old houses, old plumbing. But the rhythm was too intentional. It moved slightly. The taps started in one spot, then a few seconds later they sounded like they were a little way down the hall. Then closer to the door again. Tap, tap, tap. I stood there, shampoo in my hair, heart pounding, listening to what sounded like small footsteps or fingers running lightly up and down the hallway outside. I had never felt so exposed in my life. It's one thing to hear weird noises when you're dressed, your shoes on, your phone in your pocket. It's another thing entirely when you're naked, trapped behind a thin door with water roaring in your ears. When the tap stopped, I rinsed off as fast as I could, shut off the water, and stood there dripping, just listening. Silence. I toweled off, got dressed in record time, and opened the bathroom door. The hallway was empty. The air felt like it always did. No signs that anything had brushed against the walls or floor. But that sinking feeling in my stomach didn't go away. After a while, all these little incidents piled up in my mind. The footsteps, the thumps, the door that wouldn't stay locked, the tapping in the hall, the way the house sometimes felt like someone had just left the room a second before I walked in, even when I knew nobody else was there. I didn't tell my boss much about it. And what was I supposed to say? Hey, the house you own and let me live in rent-free is creeping me out. Instead, I started to feel a kind of low-grade tension whenever I was home. I didn't like going upstairs. I avoided certain parts of the downstairs at night. Eventually, when the chance came to move somewhere else, I took it. Another employee agreed to move in after me to take over the house sitting. I didn't want to bias him going in, so I didn't tell him most of what I'd experienced. I might have joked once about the house being noisy in that half-serious way people do. But I didn't sit him down and say, "Listen, something is off about the second floor." His stay there lasted about a month. One day at work, he came up to me and said, "Man, I can't stay in that house anymore." He looked worn out, like someone who hadn't been sleeping well. I asked him what was going on, and he told me about his last straw. He had been shaving one morning before work, standing at the sink in the bathroom off his bedroom. The house was quiet. He said that out of nowhere, there was this enormous slam from right outside his bedroom door. Not a small sound, not a creak. He described it like someone had picked up a stack of heavy books and dropped them flat onto the floor, hard. The whole door shook in its frame. The noise boomed through the room. Before he could even react properly, he heard heavy footsteps, like someone wearing boots, pounding down the hallway away from his door. Fast, running. The sound got fainter as it went, then stopped. He put his razor down, rushed out into the hall, and found nothing. No books, no fallen items, no person. Every door was still closed, every room empty. Just that fading echo in the air and the memory of the slam. He told me he finished getting ready, went to work, and that night he stayed somewhere else. He wouldn't go back. He said the feeling of being there alone after that was too much. Like the house was angry or playing games. After that, Nobody else in the company wanted to move in. Word got around in that half-joking, half-serious way that offices have. You take the haunted house. Nope, not me. The house stayed empty except for the occasional visit to check on things, but nobody was willing to sleep there anymore. Even now, when I think back on my time in that place, I can still hear the faint sound of steps crossing an empty upstairs room and feel that cold, crawling sensation in my spine. I never saw anything. There were no dramatic ghostly apparitions or flying objects. But sometimes, the things you hear, footsteps where there should be none, a door that won't stay closed, something running down the hall when you know you're alone, are enough, all by themselves. Story 4. I rented some weird places during college, but there's one house that still makes the hair on my neck stand up when I think about it. It was an old place, big for a student rental. 6 bedrooms, a couple of living areas, a back porch, a basement, these odd little trap doors and hidden spaces. It felt like the kind of house that had been something else long before it ever became student housing. You could tell just by walking through it that it had seen different eras. Old wood floors, mismatched doors. That slightly uneven feeling when you walked from one room to another. At first, when we moved in, it felt like we'd scored the jackpot. Rent was cheap, there was enough room for a full crowd of friends, and the place had that kind of quirky charm you romanticize when you're 19 or 20. Over time, though, quirky slowly shifted into something's not right here. One by one, people moved out until, near the end, it was just me and one other roommate hanging on. It didn't start with anything dramatic. No shadowy figures at the foot of the bed, no furniture flying around. It was more like the house had a personality that began with small, annoying habits. Doors that didn't stay the way you'd left them. Lights that seemed to flicker just a bit too often. Under that old house syndrome where the plumbing moans and the walls creak, but with something extra layered on top that you can't quite name. The first thing that really stuck with me happened at 3 a.m. And yeah, I know how cliche that sounds. The witching hour or whatever. But that's when it started. I woke up because I heard one of my roommate's doors opening and slamming shut. Not just once, like the wind had caught it, but over and over. Bang, bang, bang. I was half asleep and irritated. I lay there listening for a few seconds, thinking he'd maybe stumbled home drunk and was just messing around. My bedroom door was closed, and I had these beaded curtains, hippie beads, hanging in the hallway just outside, more for decoration than anything. From my bed, I couldn't see out the door, but I could see the faint light from under it and hear everything in the hall clearly. The slamming kept going. Finally, from my bed in the dark, I yelled his name and told him to knock it off. The second the words left my mouth, the door slamming stopped dead. There wasn't even an echo, just silence. That silence was worse than the noise. My heart started beating faster for no real reason, and then this cold realization washed over me. I was the only one home. My roommate had gone away for the weekend. I'd even joked to a friend earlier that day about having the big creepy house to myself. I lay there absolutely still, breathing a little too fast, listening for anything else. That's when the beads started moving. They weren't just swaying gently like they'd been brushed once. They were whipping back and forth, hitting the door frame in this fast, even rhythm. Tap, 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 tap. It sounded like someone standing there flicking them, but with no pauses, no changes. Just this perfectly steady, violent swaying. They kept going. I watched the outline of the bead's shadows under the door move against the light for what felt like forever. I thought about a lot of things in those moments, none of them brave. I thought about climbing out of bed, walking 3 steps, and opening the door to, I didn't know what. I thought about popping out the air conditioner unit in the window and just crawling out onto the little roof and from there down to the ground, standing outside on the sidewalk in my underwear until sunrise. In the end, I didn't do anything. I curled up in the fetal position under my covers like a little kid, every muscle tight, and just stared at the door. The beads tapped and tapped and tapped. I told myself over and over that it would stop, that there had to be a draft or something. It went on for half an hour, 30 straight minutes of those beads hitting the frame in that weird, perfect rhythm. And then, finally, they just stopped. I didn't sleep after that. I just waited for the sky outside my window to get lighter. You'd think that would have been enough to make me decide to move out. But at that age, you're good at convincing yourself things are no big deal. You tell yourself you must have been more asleep than you thought, or your memory exaggerated it later. You laugh about it to your friends to make it less scary. And in my case, I was broke. Cheap rent is strong medicine. The house didn't stop, though. It just changed tactics. Another night, again around 3 a.m., I woke up to music. Not just any music. The unmistakable tinny sound of our old Nintendo system blaring from the back porch. We had an ancient TV back there and a Nintendo hooked up, the real original one with cartridges you had to blow into. Sometimes we'd play Mario or Duck Hunt or whatever. I knew the sound of that startup music and those 8-bit tunes like the back of my hand. I was dead asleep and then suddenly wide awake with that sound blasting through the quiet house. My first thought was that some drunk kid had wandered in. The back porch door didn't always latch perfectly, and the neighborhood had its share of partiers. It wasn't the craziest idea that someone had stumbled in, found the Nintendo, and decided to have a go. And I grabbed the closest thing I had to a weapon, a baseball bat, and started walking toward the noise. The closer I got to the back of the house, the louder the music seemed. My heart was hammering, and my senses were on full alert. There's a very specific feeling you get when you think there's a stranger inside your house, and every step down that dim hallway felt like walking into a fight I wasn't prepared for. I reached the door that led to the back porch. The Nintendo music was loud enough by then that there was no mistaking it. I tightened my grip on the bat, turned the knob, and yanked the door open. Silence. The TV was off. The porch was empty. The Nintendo was sitting there, exactly where it always was. No lights on, no sound. The whole space felt dead still, like it had been quiet for hours. I stood there on the threshold, a bat in hand, feeling stupid and shaken all at once. I don't know how loud a dream has to be to wake you up like that. I know what I heard. But when I opened that door, it was as if the sound had never existed. Stuff like that kept happening, enough that it wasn't just my own private thing anymore. Friends would come over and I'd mention, half joking and half serious, that the house was haunted. Most of them didn't buy it. They'd roll their eyes and say, "Every old house is haunted, right?" One afternoon, I had a few people over and the topic came up again. Nobody was taking me seriously. Finally, more out of frustration than belief in anything, I said out loud, "Okay, if there's really something here, do anything to prove it." I swear I wasn't expecting anything. It was the middle of the day, and sunlight pouring in through every window. We were mid-conversation. For a second, nothing happened, and I felt slightly embarrassed, like I'd just done something cheesy and childish. Then every light in the house started flickering. Not one, not a single ceiling fixture. All of them. The kitchen light, the living room lamps, the ones in the hallway down to the bedrooms. Every bulb I could see started blinking, fast and erratic, but in some kind of shared rhythm. like the whole electrical system was riding a wave. It went on for about a minute. 60 straight seconds of everyone in the room falling silent, heads turning slowly from one fixture to another, watching them flash on and off. No appliances lost power. The TV stayed on. Our phones stayed on. Just the lights. Like somebody was rapidly playing with every switch in the house at once. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The lights settled back to normal, steady glow, as if nothing had happened. No one laughed it off after that. Another thing people started to notice, often before they'd heard any of my stories, was the smell. Every time something spooky happened, the house would fill with this smell of perfume. Not the light, modern kind you get from Sephora, but that really old-fashioned, heavy, flowery kind your grandmother might have worn to church. It was strong and powdery, almost suffocating sometimes. You'd be sitting there, minding your own business, and suddenly the air would be thick with old lady perfume. Even though there was no one in the house wearing anything like it, and no open bottles anywhere. Got to the point where the smell became kind of a warning sign. You'd catch a whiff of that flowery scent in the hallway or kitchen and think, okay, here we go. Something's about to happen. And usually, before too long, something did. Sleep in that house wasn't restful for most people either. Almost everyone who stayed overnight had at least one episode of sleep paralysis there. If you've never had it, imagine waking up, fully aware of your surroundings, but being completely unable to move or speak. You can feel your body, but it won't respond. Your mind flips between logic and terror. And sometimes, on top of that, you get the sense that something is in the room with you, watching. Friends would crash on the couch or in one of the spare bedrooms, and the next morning say things like, "Man, I had the weirdest dream. I was awake, but I couldn't move, and I swear I felt someone standing next to me." It happened so often that it became part of the unofficial tour. And here's the living room, where half my friends have had sleep paralysis. The house itself had some strange physical quirks that didn't help the vibe. In the middle of the first floor, there was a door built right into the floorboards, like something from an old farmhouse. You had to lift it up to go down to the basement. When we had parties or people over, we kept a rug over it so nobody would accidentally flip it open or fall through. Unless you knew it was there, you'd never guess the floor hid a set of stairs. Down in the basement, it was exactly what you'd expect from an old house. Low ceilings, exposed beams, stone walls, that cool, damp smell. In one wall, there was an old coal chute, a kind of slanted metal tray built into the foundation from back when the house had been heated with coal. Trucks would dump the coal through a small opening from outside, and it would slide down the chute into a pile for the furnace. By the time we were living there, the coal chute had long since been cleaned out. But the metal was still there, this odd little built-in shelf that didn't have much purpose anymore. Things in the house had a habit of disappearing and then turning up again in the basement, specifically on that coal chute. You'd lose your keys. You'd tear the living room apart, empty your pockets, look on the kitchen counter. Nothing. You'd finally give up, go down to the basement for something else, and there they'd be, sitting neatly on the chute like someone had placed them there for you to find. It wasn't just keys. Lighters, chargers, random bits of mail, any small object that went missing for no reason might reappear there a day or two later. We started to treat it like a lost and found run by the house. Can't find your stuff? Go check the coal chute. Upstairs, there were more strange features. The bathroom had a trap door in the ceiling that led up into the attic. You could push it aside and climb up if you really wanted to. We didn't do that often because none of us liked the idea of being in a dark, cramped attic in that house more than absolutely necessary. But we knew it was there. And maybe more importantly, we knew whatever else was in the house knew it was there too. Oh no, one of my roommates swore that's where the old lady ghost liked to hang out. He had his own experiences, enough that he eventually moved out too. One night, he was up late playing video games in the living room. The rest of the house was dark and quiet. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed something strange in the kitchen. A kind of mist, not thick like smoke, but visible enough to stand out against the shadows. It hovered there for a moment, then slowly drifted across the doorway and toward the hallway. He watched as it moved down the hall and then seemed to slip into the bathroom. The same bathroom with the trap door to the attic. He told me later that he didn't go check until morning. At the time, he just sat there, controller in hand, looking at the open bathroom door and thinking, yeah, that's enough exploration for tonight. Another time, he was doing the classic last-up routine, turning off lights, locking doors. It was late, maybe 2 or 3 in the morning. Everyone else was already in bed. He walked through the living room, shut off the lamp, made sure the TV was off, and turned toward the front door to check the deadbolt. As he walked away from the center of the room, his back to the couch, he felt someone lean in close to his ear and exhale. A long, drawn-out "ha." Not a breeze, not the house settling. A warm breath, right in his ear. He thought it was me messing with him. He said he spun around ready to tell me to knock it off. And when he saw the empty room, all the lights still on, the TV glowing, but no one there, he pretty much lost it. He admitted later that he literally almost pissed himself. And after that, he bolted to his bedroom and slammed the door, too scared to go back out and finish turning off the lights or the TV. He slept, or tried to, with them blazing all night. The attic added its own soundtrack, too. At all hours, especially late, you'd hear loud thumps from above. Not little scratches like mice, but full-on bangs, as if someone dropped something heavy or walked around in boots. For our own sanity, we told ourselves it was squirrels, or maybe raccoons that had gotten in. But it seemed to be a very busy squirrel that liked to pace and stomp, not just scurry. There were nights when voices woke us up. You'd be in that fragile half-sleep and hear people talking somewhere in the house. Sometimes it sounded like a radio down the hall. Other times it was a murmur, like 2 or 3 people having a conversation in another room with the door partly closed. If you lay there and listened too hard, you almost felt like you could make out words. But the second you got up to check, it all went silent. There were a few mornings where I ended up sitting on the front porch long before dawn, wrapped in a hoodie, watching the sky lighten just because I couldn't bring myself to stay in the house until the sun was properly up. Something about being outside, even in the cold, made me feel less like I was being watched. Years later, long after I'd moved out and put some distance between myself and that house, I was hanging out with a friend from the same college town. We got to talking about terrible landlords and weird rentals. I mentioned the old house I'd lived in and how strange things had gotten. No, he laughed and said, "Dude, I rented from landlord's name too. Different house, but man, that place was haunted as hell." I thought he was just joining in the ghost story fun until he started describing what had happened in his place. Stuff going missing and turning up in odd locations. Lights flickering. People having sleep paralysis. And then he said, and every time something weird happened, the house would smell like this nasty old lady perfume. You know, that heavy, flowery kind. Stank up the whole room. I felt a chill go straight through me. "Wait," I said. "Like strong, flowery perfume? Kind of old-fashioned?" He nodded. "Yeah." We'd be sitting there and suddenly it smelled like someone's grandma walked through wearing half a bottle. And a bunch of us had sleep paralysis while we lived there too. It was messed up. Last, we all ended up moving out. Same landlord, same town, different house, same overpowering old lady perfume, same weird stack of experiences that made everyone leave. I don't know what that guy rented out before it was student housing, or what kind of history those houses had. Maybe he just had a knack for buying old places with a lot of baggage. Or maybe, somehow, whatever liked to hang around my college house liked to hang around his other properties too. All I know is that to this day, if I walk into a room and catch a whiff of that thick, flowery perfume for no obvious reason, my body tenses up before my brain even has time to remind me where I am. And for a second, I half expect to see beads rattling in a doorway or mist slipping quietly toward a trap door in the ceiling. Story 5. Some of my earliest memories have a small gray and white shadow in them, moving at the edge of my vision or pressed up against my side. Boots was just always there. I don't remember a time before him. He arrived in my life when I was barely out of toddlerhood, and from that point on, he was woven into the background of everything. He was named for the obvious reason. His fur was a soft mix of gray and white, but his paws were solid white, like he was wearing 4 tiny socks. My parents thought Boots was cute and simple enough for a little kid to say, and I took to it immediately. To me, he wasn't just a cat. He was my cat, my brother, my furry roommate, my little greedy old man before he was actually old. As he aged, his priorities in life narrowed down to exactly 2 things: warm places to sleep and food. He wasn't a lap cat in the classic sense. He didn't drape himself over your legs every chance he got. He tolerated affection on his own terms, leaning into a scratch behind the ears, then walking away with his tail flicking once he'd had enough. But he always made sure he knew where the food bowl was, and he always made sure we knew he knew. His favorite place to sleep was my parents' bed. He'd claim the sunniest spot, curl into a neat loaf, and snooze his way through afternoon after afternoon. It didn't matter what else was happening in the house. As far as Boots was concerned, human activity was secondary to the sacred ritual of naps. Occasionally, he'd relocate to a chair, a patch of warm carpet, or a stack of laundry. But the default was always that bed. The routine was so familiar, it almost became its own kind of comfort. You'd come home from school or work, shut the front door behind you, and before you even kicked your shoes off, you'd hear it from down the hall. Thunk, thunk. It was such a specific sound. First, his front paws hitting the hardwood floor as he jumped down from the bed. Then a fraction of a second later, his back paws landing. A 2-step drumbeat of cat feet. If you'd been away long enough for him to realize it, you'd barely have a chance to take a breath before you'd hear the light, quick patter of him trotting down the hall, his bell-less collar making no noise, just his presence suddenly there at the end of the hallway or in the kitchen, eyes wide, tail up, voice already working. He'd sit by his bowl and meow in that insistent, nasal way cats have when they're convinced the world is minutes away from ending if you don't put kibble in front of them immediately. It didn't matter if there was still food from earlier. It didn't matter if he'd eaten 10 minutes ago. The ritual had to be performed. Front door opens, Boots jumps down. Boots begs. That was the way of things. He got older as I did. As I grew taller and my clothes changed from kid t-shirts to awkward teenage attempts at fashion, his gait slowed a bit. The gray in his fur seemed to take on a softer, more faded tone. He slept more, played less, but he kept that same relationship to the bed and the bowl. Thunk, thunk, beg, thunk, thunk, beg. It was his little heartbeat in the house. By the time I was 18, he was old. I knew that intellectually. You're aware on some level. that cats don't live forever. See, still, nothing quite prepares you for the first time you hear a vet use words like quality of life and the kindest thing to do. His body had started to fail him. Joints creaked. Eating became a struggle instead of a joy. I could see in his eyes that he was tired. The day we had to put him down is one of those days that sits in its own little folder in my brain. I can flip the cover open and still feel the texture of it. The drive to the vet, Boots and his carrier in the back seat, me turning around constantly to look at him, even though I knew he couldn't understand what was coming. The quiet room, the soft, practiced sadness on the vet's face. The way his body relaxed completely when the injection took effect. More relaxed than it had looked in months. The hollowness in my chest afterward. Like someone had taken the map of our house and erased a key landmark. We went back home without him. For the first few days, it was like the house itself hadn't gotten the memo. I'd open the front door, and my ears would wait for the thunk-thunk. My muscles would half prepare to dodge a cat weaving between my ankles. More than once, I walked down the dark hall at night and caught myself stepping wide, because some old instinct told me not to kick a sleeping cat I thought was lying there. Then, as these things do, that sharpness faded. The house adjusted. I turned 18, then went off to college. Life layered new experiences on top of the old. My parents, with an emptier nest and perhaps a slightly too quiet house, decided to move during my first year away. The decision to sell my childhood home hit me harder than I expected. And I'd known logically it was coming. They talked about downsizing, about not needing that much space. But when I heard that it was actually happening, that there was a for sale sign in the yard, that strangers would soon be walking through what had been the set of my entire childhood, something in me clenched. I went back a few times before it sold. Each time, it felt stranger. Furniture gradually disappeared. Pictures came off the walls. Rooms that had always been full of stuff were suddenly empty, their echoes louder than seemed fair. The smell of us, that undefinable mixture of everything that makes a house feel like home, was fading, replaced by the bare-bones scent of dust and clean walls. And yet, every time I walked through that front door, I'd hear it. Thunk, thunk. Maybe if it had happened once, I could have talked myself out of it. I could have blamed a neighbor's door or the creak of some shifting wood. But it happened each time I came back, clear as anything. That double tap of paws hitting the floor in my parents' old bedroom, the sound traveling just the way it used to when Boots jumped down to come beg for food. The first time, I froze for a second, the grocery bag in my hand suddenly heavier. My chest tightened in this odd mix of dread and hope. I knew he wasn't there. We had been there when he died, held his little body as the life left it. I had carried him home in a different way, in a box, and we had buried him. There was no rational way for there to be a cat in that house anymore. But the sound was there. I pushed it down. I told myself that it was memory playing tricks, and the brain filling in familiar noises in a space that suddenly felt too quiet. I carried on, walked through the kitchen, turned on the light. I kept my eyes away from the hallway that led to my parents' room, like somehow not looking would make it all less real. Then there were the other things. I'd be walking down the hall toward the bathroom and suddenly hesitate mid-step because I was absolutely certain some small body had just passed under my legs. The sensation was so strong, and it was like two realities overlapping for a second. My physical eyes saw nothing, but the muscle memory of weaving around a cat said, "Careful, there's someone there." My foot would hang in the air, my whole body pausing to allow an invisible creature to finish crossing. Every time, my heart would stutter. Every time, I'd look down and see only the hardwood floor, worn in places from years of traffic. And every time, I'd have to take a deep breath, tell myself, "You're fine. He's gone. It's just in your head," and make myself keep going. The last day my family would ever be in that house is printed on my memory like a photograph. My mom and I drove there together. The car ride was quieter than usual, both of us lost in our own thoughts. Boxes had already been moved. Only a few final things remained. Some cleaning supplies, a forgotten lamp, a box of random keep or toss items waiting for a decision. On the way there, I decided to tell her. I hadn't mentioned the ghost cat feeling before. It sounded silly, even to me. "Hey, Mom, I think I'm still stepping over our dead cat in the hallway." But with the day marking such a clear end, it felt like if I didn't say it then, I never would. "I've been hearing boots," I said, staring out the window at the blur of familiar streets. "Every time I come back, and feeling him. Like, I'll walk in and swear I heard him jump down in your room, or I'll stop walking because I think he just walked under me. It's weird." I expected her to laugh, or to give me the kind of gentle, "Oh, honey, that's just you missing him," response parents give to keep you grounded. Instead, she was quiet for a second. Then she said, "You too?" I turned to look at her. She kept her eyes on the road, but her knuckles were a little white on the steering wheel. "I've had the same thing," she said. "I'll walk in and I'll hear him. The thunk-thunk off the bed. Or I'll feel something brush my leg and there's nothing there." I thought I was going crazy. We pulled into the driveway and parked. There was a strange sense of unity in knowing we'd both been experiencing the same thing independently. It made it feel less like my brain is malfunctioning and more like something is genuinely going on, which was both comforting and unnerving. We unlocked the front door and stepped inside together. Thunk-thunk. It came from down the hall, from the direction of my parents' old bedroom. Clear as a drumbeat. The exact sound I had heard so many times as a kid coming home from school. My mom and I looked at each other, eyes wide. No joking it away this time. No, must have been the house settling. The sound had been too sharp, too familiar, as too perfectly timed with us crossing the threshold. "You heard that too?" I asked, my voice a little shaky. She nodded. "Yeah." There was a beat of silence where we both just stood there, caught between wanting to acknowledge what had just happened and not wanting to say it out loud. Then life intruded. We still had things to do, boxes to check, floor to sweep, final glances to take into rooms that were more empty than full. At one point, I went into my old bedroom and sat down on the bare floor. Without furniture, the room felt oddly bigger and smaller at the same time. The walls seemed farther apart, but the ceiling lower. The indent in the carpet where my bed had been was the only real mark left that said, "Someone lived here." The posters and pictures I'd taken down had left faint outlines on the paint where the color had been protected from the sun. I closed my eyes, leaning my head back against the wall, letting the quiet settle around me. That's when I felt it again. A soft pressure, the lightest brush of fur against my legs. The sensation of a small, familiar weight walking up and leaning against me. It was so real my hand twitched, the old reflex kicking in to reach down and scratch behind his ears or run my fingers along his spine. I stopped myself. It was one of the strangest acts of willpower I've ever had to find. Telling my hand not to move, forcing my arm to stay pressed against my side when every bit of muscle memory screamed, "Pet the cat." He's right there. Logically, I knew he wasn't. and that part of my brain went into overdrive, throwing up images of the vet's office, the feel of his body going limp, the small hole in the ground with the box in it. But emotion is its own kind of logic. Emotion was sitting in an empty room on the last day in my childhood home, being pressed against by the ghost of a habit 15, 16 years in the making. I stayed still. The pressure faded after a few moments, like whatever had come to lean on me was satisfied just being close. Eventually, my mom called my name from down the hall, and I got up, wiped my eyes on the back of my wrist, and left the room that had held my entire adolescence. The last moments in the house were exactly what you'd expect. Messy in a beautiful, human way. My mom and I ended up in the hallway outside my parents' bedroom. One of those central spots in a house you don't really notice until you're about to leave it forever. From that point, you could see down to the living room, into the kitchen, back toward the front door. It was like being at the intersection of every major memory path. We hugged each other there, in that empty space. The lack of furniture made our footsteps echo. Our voices sounded strange to our own ears, like we were tourists in someone else's building, not the people who had slept, laughed, argued, and cried there for years. We both started crying. For the house, for our lives changing, for the fact that my childhood was now officially something that existed only in photographs and in the back of our brains. "I think Boots is still here," I said into her shoulder, the words coming out without me planning them. She pulled back a little, eyes red, and nodded. "Me too." On impulse, half joking but also half deadly serious, I said, "We should take him with us. Take his spirit. He doesn't have to stay here." She gave this watery little laugh and said, "Okay, let's try." Then she did something she'd done 1,000 times during his life. She stood in that hallway, in that empty house, and she called for him. "Bootsy." Her voice rang down the hall, bounced off the bare walls, slipped into the old bedroom. From my parents' room, thunk, thunk. It was a perfect echo of every time he'd answered that call before. Those two soft impacts on the wooden floorboards, as if somewhere in there. He'd heard her and jumped down off the bed to come running. We both heard it. There was no mistake, no giving one another the benefit of the doubt. Our eyes met, and there was this shared look of shock and something like peace. Like we'd been given a gift in the strangest possible wrapping. We stood there for another moment, each of us listening, wondering if we'd hear his pause on the hallway floor next. We didn't. The house settled into silence again. The air felt thick with meaning, though, like the space between us and that sound was full of all the years we'd loved him. I'm not sure what I expected after that. Part of me, the child part, half imagined that when we got in the car and drove to the new house, we'd feel a little presence in the back seat. That when we opened the door to the unfamiliar space, we'd hear a hesitant thunk, thunk from somewhere inside, like he'd gamely come with us, even if he didn't like the journey. Well, but the more practical part of me knew Boots had always hated car rides. He'd yowl in his carrier and reach his paws out like he was trying to claw his way back to stability. The car was never his domain. The house had been. The sun patch on my parents' bed had been. The kitchen tile in front of his bowl had been. We left that house that day. We drove away, the for sale sign already up, the windows blank. Life moved on. My parents made a new home. I finished college. Time layered itself over that whole part of my life like snow. I don't think he came with us in any literal sense. I never heard his paws in the new place, never felt that same stepping over a cat that isn't there instinct in quite the same way. But sometimes, if I walk into a quiet room and my body hesitates for no good reason, but I like to think it's a little ghost of muscle memory, a tiny part of me that still expects him to be there, And I think about the people who bought our old house. Maybe to them, it was just a good deal in a nice neighborhood. Maybe they ripped up the carpet, painted over the marks where our furniture had been, turned my room into an office or nursery. Maybe they never knew there had been a cat buried in the yard, or a family that used to listen for the sound of paws on the floor. I like to imagine that every now and then, one of them walks through the front door at the end of a long day and hears an old, familiar ghost sound. A soft, double thud from down the hall. Or that someone lying in bed there, eyes closed, feels a warm, small weight lean against their legs just for a moment. If they do, I hope they aren't scared, and I hope they reach down, scratch the air gently, and say something like, "Hi, Boots." He was a good boy. Story 6. When people hear about the house I grew up in, they usually think I'm exaggerating, or at least mixing in movie-style drama. I don't really blame them. Even now, as an adult, when I list out everything that building had been used for over the centuries, it sounds less like the history of one home and more like a greatest hits list of places you don't want to be alone at night. From the outside, when I lived there, it looked beautiful, not scary at all. It was large and old and elegant, the kind of place you'd see in a picture book about European cities or on a postcard. Inside, it still had its original style when we moved in. There were high ceilings, long marble hallways that made your footsteps echo, rooms with carved wooden doors and big windows, statues in corners, paintings on the walls, a ballroom with a polished floor and old chandeliers. It felt like walking around in another time. Today, the inside has been completely remodeled. Everything is modern and different. But when I was a kid there, those 9 years were spent inside a house that still carried all of its history right on its skin. I didn't learn about that history all at once. Pieces of it came out in bits and pieces. Some of it I overheard adults talking about. Some of it I asked about when I heard a strange word or story. As I grew older, more details slipped through. By the time I moved out, I knew that house had a past so heavy, it almost felt like it pulled the air down. At one point, long before my family, it had been a brothel. And I remember the first time I heard that word, I had no idea what it meant. When I got older and understood, I remember looking at the big wooden staircase and the fancy rooms and imagining a different kind of client walking up and down. The house full of a different kind of life. It made the whole place feel a little stranger. Another time, I found out it had once been a hospital during a plague. That idea really stuck in my head. The same halls I used to run through as a child once held sick people, rows of beds, doctors and nurses rushing around, maybe people crying out. When I walked across the marble floors, I sometimes pictured them wet and dirty from so many feet moving quickly, carrying supplies or moving bodies. In a way, those thoughts were more haunting than any ghost story. They were real in a way you can't laugh off. Later, and it was a more normal hospital. Not for a world-ending disease, but for regular illnesses and injuries. After that, for a time, it served as a morgue. There was a period where the main thing that came into that building was death, and the main thing that left was a body wrapped and prepared for burial. That's not exactly cozy home material, no matter how nice the art is on the walls. Then there was the war. During World War II, the house was used as a German SS post. Soldiers worked there, slept there, received orders there. My parents told me, almost as a strange little fact, that half of the house had once been shot to pieces. A mortar had landed on it during a meeting. They think about 20 Germans died at once in that one explosion. The weird part is where that mortar actually hit. It fell right where, many years later, my bedroom would be. Back then, that same space was a room where SS officers were sitting around a table, probably talking about war plans or daily orders. When I lay in bed at night as a kid, that thought sometimes slid into my head. If this house was a movie, there would have been a scene right where I now slept, where a shell burst through and time stopped for 20 people. That kind of thing leaves a deep mark, whether you can see it or not. On a lighter, but still strange note, Napoleon was said to have stayed there for a few days. That was one of the few stories that felt cool instead of dark. I remember thinking it was wild that a man you read about in history books, someone who changed whole countries, had once slept under this roof. Maybe walked through some of the same doorways I did when I went to get a snack. Then, as if all that wasn't enough, there were the more recent tragedies. At least 3 families, living there in different times closer to mine, had had multiple murders happen inside the house. Not just one person in one unlucky incident, but more than one death per family. That kind of repeating bad luck starts to make you feel like maybe the building itself is watching. By the time I knew all of that, it felt almost impossible to believe that nothing of it remained, that such a place could ever feel empty. Now, living in a place like that when you're young does things to your mind. Old buildings have their own smells and sounds, and this one was no exception. As a kid, I saw a lot of shadows I couldn't explain. Not clear shapes, not full figures standing in doorways, but movements where nothing should be moving. Out of the corner of my eye, a darker patch would slide along the wall. I'd turn quickly, and of course, there would be nothing. At night, lying in bed, I'd watch the way the street lights or moonlight cut across the room and swear something passed through it. I also heard a lot of weird noises. The floors creaked constantly when people walked on them. But sometimes I heard creaks when no one was around. Doors often opened and closed by themselves. You'd be sure you'd shut a door all the way, go into another room, hear a noise, and come back to find it slightly open or fully open. Sometimes they'd swing shut for no reason. We had big, heavy doors that didn't move easily. My parents and I told ourselves it was the draft. Old houses are full of little gaps and air currents. It's the kind of thing you can measure with proper tools. But even when your brain says wind, your stomach can sometimes say something else. My sister, the one who had her room on the 3rd floor, added to the creepiness without meaning to. She had a habit of sleepwalking when she was younger. She would come down at night from that high floor to mine. More than once, I woke up in the middle of the night and saw her standing near my bed, staring at me. When you first open your eyes and see a figure in your dark room, your heart jumps, no matter who it is. Then your brain catches up. You realize it's just your sister asleep on her feet. Sometimes she would wander in, lie down on my bed or on a spare mattress, and sleep there until morning. The next day, she would have no memory of it. If I told her, she'd laugh in that embarrassed way. But there was always something uncomfortable about it. In a house with our kind of history, a sibling staring at you with blank eyes in the night looks a bit too much like a scene from a horror story. The alarm system was another regular feature of our nights. It went off a lot with no clear reason. Always, or at least mostly, at night. We'd be sitting downstairs watching TV or asleep in our rooms when suddenly the familiar alarm sound would blast through the place, making us all jump. Every time, the system would report something vague like a sensor triggered by air movement. It became a running joke, but jokes like that are often ways to hide you're a little unsettled. With all of this, I learned to brush things away. I told myself, and other people, that any child would be spooked in a house like that. The strange shadows, the weird noises, the moving doors, and even my sleepwalking sister. All of it could be explained by the suggestive power of an old building combined with a kid's imagination. It didn't feel like any one thing crossed a line into true horror. Until one night did. My parents traveled sometimes for work. One of those trips took them all the way to China for business. They would be gone for a while. Because of that, my siblings and I didn't stay in the house alone. We each arranged to stay with friends or relatives for those weeks. The house would mostly be empty, locked up, lights off. One day during that time, I had hockey practice. I'd gone to stay somewhere else and packed my sports bag, but I'd forgotten some piece of gear back at home. It might have been something small, but important enough that I couldn't play without it. So I told my friend, who was hanging out with me at the time, that we needed to swing by my house to pick it up. I didn't want to go alone, so he came along. We were both around 12 then, old enough to think we were brave, young enough that we really weren't. We got to the house. From the outside, it looked the same as always, just darker inside. No lights in the windows, no sound of a TV, no voices. The moment we unlocked the door and stepped in, the quiet hit us. Big houses hold stillness in a different way than small ones. You could feel the weight of the air, the way distant rooms just sat there in the dark, doing nothing. We didn't play around. We went straight to my room. Being in that smaller, more personal space felt normal. My posters were on the wall, my bed was there, my stuff was where I'd left it. I found the hockey gear pretty quickly. We might have cracked a few jokes to show we weren't nervous, saying things like, "Hope the plague ghosts don't need shin guards." That kind of thing. We laughed, but it sounded a little too loud in the empty house. Then we walked out of my room and back into the hallway. Above us was the attic level, where two of my siblings had their bedrooms. The ceiling there backed up right onto the floor of those upper rooms. As we stepped into the hall, a sound came from directly over our heads. Footsteps. It was not a soft rustle or indistinct creak. It sounded like a person walking across the attic floor. You could hear the boards relay the weight with each step. In a house you know well, you can often tell the sound of someone you live with. The pattern, the pace. This sounded like any of my siblings walking around. Because two of them had their bedrooms there, my first thought was simple. One of them must be home, even though they were supposed to be staying elsewhere. Maybe one came back early, or forgot something too, or just wanted to sleep in their own bed again. Relieved by that thought, I shouted their name toward the ceiling. Something like, "Hey, you up there?" The moment my voice echoed away, the footsteps stopped. All at once. It was like the person had frozen to listen. We both stood there, heads tilted, waiting. 5 seconds. 10. Time had a strange, stretchy feeling in that pause. Then the footsteps started again. This time, they weren't wandering. They were clearly coming closer to where the attic stairs joined our hallway. We heard them move across the attic floor toward the top of the staircase, and then we heard weight shift onto the first old, creaky wooden step. That staircase was famous in our house for its noise. Every step complained. As that unseen walker came down, one step at a time, it sounded exactly like a person walking downstairs. But there was more than just sound. As each step groaned, I felt something in front of me. The best word I have for it is weight. It was like a pressure in the air, a change you feel without touching anything, as if someone invisible was putting their foot down right there, just a meter or two ahead, and their presence pushed against the space. My friend was right next to me, and later he said he felt it too. That sense that something, someone, was really there on those steps. We stared, eyes fixed on the open space where the staircase met the hallway, expecting a body to appear. A brother, a sister, even a stranger at that point would have been something we could grab onto as a real explanation. Nothing did. There was the sound, the feeling of each step, the clear sense of movement. But our eyes showed us only an empty staircase. That mismatch between senses, one saying someone is here, the other saying no one is here, is deeply unsettling in a way that is hard to explain until you felt it. We didn't wait to see if whatever was coming down would reach the bottom. We were 12. At 12, you don't have a lot of experience with controlling terror. The fight or flight mechanism is pretty simple. For us, it was flight all the way. We ran. Down the hall, out through the front door, into the daylight and the open air. We didn't stop to lock the door behind us. We didn't stop to catch our breath until we were well away from the house. I remember my heart pounding, my lungs burning, my mind a blur. When we finally stopped, my friend turned to look at the house and just crumbled. He had what I can only describe as a breakdown. He was shaking, his face drained of color. He struggled to explain what he'd seen while we were inside. It took him a while to get the words out. He said that as we were leaving the house, just before we ran, he had seen something. Not just empty air, not just a trick of the light. He described a face or a shape near the top of the stairs or the attic area that did not look like a regular human face. The word he reached for was alien, not necessarily in the science fiction sense, but in the completely unknown, not like us sense. It was wrong enough, in his mind, that it was easier to call it not human altogether. He was so scared that he refused, from that day on, to ever go back into my house. He stayed friends with me, but our friendship happened only in other spaces. If I suggested we stop by my place for anything, he'd say no, his eyes going wide. For him, that one visit had been enough. Looking back, with more years and a calmer brain, I still tell myself that most of what I felt growing up there can be explained by the setting. An old, echoing building with a bloody, dramatic history is going to make anyone jumpy. Shadows look darker there. Noises sound louder. The mind is very good at building stories out of incomplete information. But even with all that in mind, that night stands alone. It's easy to say drafts close doors. It's easy to say old floorboards creak on their own. And it is much harder to fully wrap your mind around hearing clear, controlled footsteps react to your voice, move toward you, land on stairs in front of you with weight you can feel, and yet seeing absolutely nothing there. It is harder to tell yourself calmly, just the house, when your friend, who is not as deeply tangled with the building's history as you are, is terrified in a way you have never seen before. Today, if you walked through that house, you wouldn't see much of what I just described. Inside, everything has been changed. The old art has been taken down or moved. The marble floors have been updated. The walls are painted fresh and bright. The ballroom may now be some modern open-plan living space with white couches and glass tables. Time and people with money have done their best to erase the visible signs of the past. But walls are more than paint and stone. When I think about that building now, I don't see the new interiors. I see the layers. The brothel, the sick wards, the bodies in the morgue, the officers around the table, the families whose lives ended in violence. And somewhere in those layers, two 12-year-old kids standing in the dark, clutching sports gear, listening to footsteps come down a staircase no one was on. I can laugh about some of it now. I can tell the stories at parties and watch people's eyes get wide. I can say with a shrug, that I probably just let the house get into my head. But on some nights, when I'm alone in a much simpler apartment and I hear an unexplained noise above me, a very small part of me is back there, in that hallway, heart racing, ready to run. Story 7. When I think back to the first time I saw the house I grew up in, the memory always starts in the basement, even though that was actually one of the last places we looked that day. I was around 10 years old, still at that age where everything adults did felt important and mysterious, but you didn't always understand why. My dad and I were touring what was going to be our new home. It was one of those empty, echoing houses you see before you move in, all bare floors and pale walls, smelling a little like dust and paint. We walked up and down the stairs while the real estate agent talked to my dad about square footage and schools and all those things that mean nothing to a 10-year-old. I remember trailing my hand along the railing, looking at which room might be mine, already imagining where I'd put my bed or my toys. When we went down into the basement, though, something stuck out immediately. There was a man down there, not part of our little tour group, wearing paint clothes and holding a brush. And he wasn't painting a wall or the floor or even a pipe. He was painting the hot water heater. Even at 10, I thought that was weird. Who paints a water heater? It's one of those things nobody ever looks at, hidden in the corner, usually kind of rusty and boring. But this guy was leaning over it carefully, applying paint like it mattered. I remember staring for a second, kind of wanting to ask why. But I was shy, and it felt like adult business. So I just filed that moment away as strange basement thing, and followed my dad back upstairs when the agent called us. 2 weeks after that tour, the house wasn't empty anymore. It was ours. On moving day was a Wednesday. Boxes everywhere, my parents busy with movers and paperwork and phone calls. Because the move landed in the middle of the school week, my mom and dad decided to let me stay home from school until the following Monday to settle in. For a 10-year-old, that felt like winning the lottery. New house, no school, and a few days of guilt-free messing around while pretending to help. They knew I'd get bored fast if they didn't give me something to do. So they bought me a couple of things. Some fresh coloring books, a brand new dollhouse, and one of those big 64-pack boxes of crayons. I still remember opening that crayon box for the first time. There's something special about a new pack. The smell of wax, all the colors lined up in perfect little rows, sharp points untouched. I lifted the flap and took a second just to enjoy that sight before I started digging around for my favorite colors. Not long after, I realized something was off. I reached for a blue crayon for the sky or a dress or something, and it wasn't there. I went through the pack carefully, checking each row. Reds, yellows, greens, purples, browns, blacks, oranges, but no blue. I counted them. It was supposed to be a box of 64, but there were only 63 crayons. One was missing from a sealed brand new pack. It was an annoying little mystery, but at the time, that was all it was. I grumbled a bit that I couldn't color the sky properly and moved on. In those first few days, I mostly stuck to the main floor in my new bedroom. The basement was still this sort of dim, half-finished puzzle in my mind. Eventually, like kids do, I got curious. And one afternoon, when the house was quiet, I decided to go downstairs by myself. The basement had that cool, slightly damp smell and echoing quality that all basements seem to have. The water heater stood where I remembered seeing it, only now the paint on it was dry. As I walked over, something on the floor next to it caught my eye. It was a crayon. More specifically, it was a blue crayon. I picked it up, confused. It looked exactly like the others from my missing blue box. The same wrapper, the same shade. And then I saw the scribbles on the side of the water heater, Someone had drawn on it with that very crayon. The handwriting was messy, the way a kid writes when they're still learning to control their letters. In that blue wax, on the side of the newly painted heater, on it said, "Hi Fitner 6, Kevin." Seeing my name there, my actual name, not a nickname, not kid or hey you, made my stomach do a little flip. For a moment, I just stood there in that dim basement, clutching the blue crayon, rereading those words. I hadn't written them. No one I knew had. I had never heard of a Kevin connected to this house. I was 10. I didn't have a theory for how my missing crayon had traveled from my room to the basement, or how someone knew my name well enough to write it on the water heater. It just felt strange in a way I couldn't put into words yet. I don't remember exactly what I did right after that. I think I ran back upstairs and told my mom or my dad. They probably said it was nothing, that someone was playing a prank, or that I was just imagining things. Adults have ways of smoothing over the weird edges of reality when they think kids are getting spooked. Maybe they thought one of the painters had a son named Kevin and he'd written his own name there earlier. Maybe they didn't know what to think and decided not to dig too deep. Life went on. The boxes got unpacked. My dollhouse found a place in my room. The coloring books gradually filled with bright drawings. Monday came, and I started school. On my first day at the new school, I was the new kid, which meant everyone was curious. They wanted to know where I came from, why I'd moved, if I had any pets, and, most of all, where I lived now. When I told them my street and my house, I got a reaction I wasn't expecting. A couple of kids looked at each other with wide eyes and whispered. One finally blurted out, "Oh my God, do you live in Kevin's house?" "My house?" I said. "It's my parents' house." "No, like, before you." Another kid rushed to explain. "There was this boy, Kevin. He lived there. Your house is going to be haunted." It spiraled from there. Kids love a good scary story, especially when they can attach it to a real place and a new person. Between classes and at lunch, I heard bits and pieces. Kevin had been 8 years old. He'd lived in the house with his family before we bought it. One day while playing in the front yard, he'd been hit by a car. He died right there, on the same patch of grass I now walked across to catch the bus. Suddenly, that message on the water heater took on a whole new meaning. I went home after school that day with my head buzzing when I asked my parents if there had been a family there before us with a little boy named Kevin. They exchanged one of those looks adults do when they're deciding how much to tell a child. Eventually, they admitted, yes, there had been a little boy. Yes, he had died. They maybe gave me a softer version of the story than the kids at school had, but the core of it was the same. Kevin had once lived in my room, played in my yard, probably ran up and down the same stairs. Now he was gone. After that, I started to notice more. Kevin things. It wasn't like a horror movie where you see a clear, ghostly figure in the hallway every night. It was smaller, stranger, more personal. If you left a pen and a piece of paper out somewhere, a notepad on the kitchen counter, a scrap near the phone, you might come back to find a little note. Once the writing was always that same childish scrawl I'd seen on the water heater. Sometimes it would just say, "Hi," or write someone's name. Once it said, "Thanks," next to a drawing I'd done. My parents found them too, not just me. So it wasn't just my imagination filling in blanks. Doors in the house opened and closed on their own sometimes. You'd hear the distinct sound of a door latch click and a light creak. And a door that had been half closed would now be all the way open. Or one you'd left open would be gently shut. Our thermostat was old-fashioned, the kind with an actual knob you turned instead of a digital screen. It got changed without anyone touching it. You'd walk by and see it turned up higher than you'd set it, or lower, like someone in the house had gotten too hot or too cold and fixed it for themselves. The strangest thing he liked to control, though, was the music. We had a little radio in the living room that usually stayed off unless someone turned it on to listen to news or music. Around Christmas, my mom would sometimes put on holiday music while we decorated or baked cookies. Once, she was complaining that she couldn't get the radio to pick up the right station. She left it alone for a while. A bit later, when I walked through the room, Christmas music was playing loud and clear, the exact kind of songs Kevin's classmates might have sung at school programs. It became a pattern. Every time the holiday season rolled around, if the radio was plugged in, the dial would mysteriously move to the Christmas channel at some point. None of us admitted to doing it, and honestly, after a while, we didn't want to. It felt like his thing. Yeah, in the backyard, we had a swing set. Just a simple metal frame with 2 swings hanging from chains. On hot summer days with no wind at all, the kind of days when the air felt thick and everything was still, only one of those swings would be moving. The right one would hang straight down, motionless. The left swing, though, would be rocking back and forth, not wildly like someone had just jumped off, but in a steady, gentle arc, as if a small body about Kevin's size were sitting there, legs pumping slowly. My parents saw it, my friends saw it. We'd stand at the window or lean on the back porch railing and watch that one swing move, trying to convince ourselves there must be a breeze we couldn't feel. If you've ever lived with a pet, you know that they sometimes react to things you don't understand. So we had this cat, not the sharpest animal ever, but lovable in his own clumsy way. He was the type to run full speed into a closed door, miss judge jumps, miss obvious toys. At night, I used to keep him in my bedroom with me. I liked having him there, and it kept him from racing around the house getting into trouble. Every morning, my parents would come upstairs, open my door, let him out, and then close it again so I could sleep in if it wasn't a school day. One night, I woke up because the cat was meowing at the door. It was that drawn-out, complaining meow he did when he wanted something urgently. I was half asleep and annoyed. I figured he just wanted out early. Before I could call for my mom or get out of bed myself, the doorknob clicked, and the door slowly opened a few inches. Okay, what happened next jolted me more awake than any alarm clock could. Instead of slipping through the opening calmly like he usually did, the cat hissed, a full-on, back-arched, fur-raised hiss, and bolted through the gap as if something had scared him. He ran down the hallway so fast, his paws skidded a little on the floor. I lay there, staring at the slightly open door, the dark hallway beyond it, and felt that prickly something's wrong feeling crawl up my back. The next morning, at breakfast, I asked my parents why they hadn't closed my door after they let the cat out. They looked at each other, frowning. "We didn't let him out," my mom said. "We thought you did." "Did you open my door in the middle of the night?" I asked my dad. He shook his head. "No, we were asleep. We didn't come upstairs at all." So, if they hadn't opened the door, and I definitely hadn't, then the only other explanation was that the latch had somehow turned and opened on its own. I couldn't stop thinking about the way the cat had reacted. Not curious, not casual, but terrified. It was one thing when swings moved by themselves or thermostats turned. It hit different when your living, breathing animal, the one that shrugged off almost everything, seemed to see something you couldn't. The last story is the one that feels both the hardest to talk about and the most important. It happened when I was older, during a Christmas break from school. I was going through a very dark time. Without going into every detail, I was deeply upset, weighed down by a mix of things: school stress, personal issues, that heavy, unsuffocating feeling that people sometimes get when depression curls around them. I'd reached a point where I was almost suicidal. I felt invisible and hopeless, like everything in my life was crumbling and nothing made sense anymore. One afternoon, I was home alone. The house was quiet in that winter way, with a kind of muffled stillness outside because of the cold. I remember sitting in my room or somewhere downstairs, lost in my own thoughts, not doing anything in particular, just sinking deeper inside my own head. Then there was a knock at the door. It wasn't expected. We weren't waiting on a package or on friends. I hesitated for a second, then went to answer. When I opened it, there was a police officer standing there on my porch. He didn't look angry or stern the way you might expect if something bad had happened in the neighborhood. He looked concerned. He asked if everything was okay. I said yes, a bit confused. Then he explained that he had been patrolling our neighborhood, just driving through on his usual route, and had gotten a feeling that something was wrong at our house. He didn't have a call or a report. He just felt drawn to check on us, so he did. If you're a completely logical person, you can say that maybe it was just a coincidence. Maybe he thought our lights looked odd, or our driveway seemed off, or he was new and double-checking places. But in that moment, with how low I had been, it felt like someone had reached out beyond what we understand and tapped him on the shoulder. Like if you've never been in that space where you're thinking about ending your own life, it's hard to explain how much a small interruption like that can matter. That knock on the door, that conversation, that reminder that someone in the world noticed me, even if he didn't know me at all, pulled me a little bit back from the edge. Enough to get through that day. Enough to make it to the next. I am absolutely certain Kevin had something to do with it. In my heart, it fits with everything else I knew about him. The blue crayon and the cheerful hi. The way he fiddled with the thermostat like a kid bored in his own house. The Christmas music that magically came on every year. The swing moving gently, as if a child who never got to grow up was still playing there. The cat door. The notes. All those little signs of a boy trying to interact, trying to make himself known. I don't see him as a scary horror ghost. I see him as a kid who had his life cut short and stayed behind in the only place he knew as home. He didn't slam cabinets to frighten us or write threatening messages on mirrors. He colored his name on a hot water heater with my missing blue crayon and played music in December. He nudged doors. He warned pets. And when I was at my absolute lowest, I believe he nudged a passing police officer hard enough that the man felt something in his gut and turned his car toward our driveway. We eventually moved away. Other families have lived in that house since us. I sometimes wonder if they ever found strange little notes on scrap paper, or if they've had to turn Christmas music down because it somehow got turned up. Maybe they've noticed one swing moving when no one's outside. And maybe they've had a cat hiss at nothing and run for cover. I hope they haven't been too scared. I hope if they felt a small hand on the thermostat or heard faint footsteps in the hallway, they've thought of him the way I do. Not as something to fear, but as a presence. A boy named Kevin, who never fully left the only home he ever knew. Still saying hi with crayons and radio knobs, still looking out for people in his own quiet way. Quick question. Which story has felt the most believable to you so far? And which one felt the most impossible? Was it the doppelganger moments, the child spirits, or the objects moving on their own? And be honest, if you were alone in that house tonight, what's the first thing you'd do? Turn on lights, call someone, or leave immediately? Story 8. When I think about the house I grew up in, my memories always drift upstairs. That's funny in a way, because by the time I was 8 years old, I refused to go up there if I could possibly avoid it. But some of my earliest naps and quiet times as a small child were in those upstairs rooms. For a while, it was just part of the house, another floor where we kept extra stuff and sometimes slept. Then, slowly, it turned into the part of the house I wanted nothing to do with. The whole place was old, not falling apart, but clearly built in a different time. Creaky floorboards, heavy doors, awkward corners. Downstairs was where regular life happened: the kitchen, the living room, my parents' room, my toys spread around. Upstairs was a little stranger. The main hallway ran across the top of the stairs, with a couple of bedrooms off it. On either side of that hallway, built into the sloping parts of the roof, were these long, low spaces that weren't quite closets and weren't quite attics. They were like crawl spaces that ran almost the full length of the upstairs, 30 feet or so from one end of the house to the other. Each one had a narrow little door, barely taller than my chest when I was a kid, that you could open to crawl inside. Once you were in, you couldn't stand up. The roof slanted down, so you had to shuffle along on your knees, or even belly in certain spots. There were rafters, old boards, and the smell of dust and insulation. As a little kid, those spaces looked like secret tunnels. As an adult looking back, they seem more like the kind of place horror movies warn you not to explore. When I was very young, I didn't think too hard about any of it. I went wherever my parents told me to go. If they said, "Go grab that from upstairs," I'd go. Sometimes I'd nap up there at relatives' insistence, just because it was quieter than downstairs. But as I got a little older, something changed. It wasn't overnight. It was a gradual thing, like how darkness creeps in at dusk. By the time I hit 8, I had drawn my own hard line. I would not go upstairs alone, and I would avoid those long crawl spaces at all costs. The real turning point came from what was supposed to be nothing more than a kid adventure. One day, when I was still young enough that crawling around in tight spaces sounded fun, I had a friend over. We'd already gone through the usual games downstairs and were looking for something new. The upstairs crawl spaces, of course, looked like the perfect thing, one that felt like a dare and a secret tunnel all rolled into one. We each grabbed a flashlight and headed up. We opened the little door on one end and climbed in. Immediately, we had to lower ourselves almost to all fours to move. The floor was rough, little splinters sticking up from old boards, and the air carried that dry, slightly sour smell of old wood and dust. Our flashlight beams cut slices through the dim, picking up bits of insulation, a forgotten box here and there, maybe an old shoelace or hanger someone had tossed in years ago. To us, it felt like being explorers or spies, moving through a hidden passage no adult had thought about in ages. We shuffled along, bumping our knees and joking quietly. Our voices sounded strange in there, muffled and close. After a while, our flashlights lit up the far end, on where the slanted roof met the floor in a tight corner. That's when I saw her. I saw a girl sitting there, just sitting, like she'd been waiting. She didn't glow or float or look like a skeleton. She looked normal, like any other little girl you might see at school or in a playground. Blonde hair that fell around her face and neck. A light-colored dress that looked older in style, maybe something you'd see in a photo from another decade, but still neat and pretty. She had her knees pulled up a bit, hands resting on them, head tilted just slightly, like you do when you're watching other kids and thinking, "Can I join in?" Her expression wasn't angry or twisted or anything like that. She actually seemed friendly. There was something in the way she watched us that made me think she wanted to play. But the second I registered that I was looking at someone who should not be there, terrifying didn't even begin to cover what I felt. I've heard people say when they see a ghost or something strange, they're not afraid. They're just curious. That was not me. Fear hit me like cold water dropped on the back of my neck. My whole body went tight. I stopped crawling but kept the flashlight steady enough not to give away that I'd noticed anything. My brain was racing in circles. Is she real? Is she not? What is she? But my instinct was clear. Do not engage. Do not speak. Do not stop. My friend, who was in front of me, kept going, totally unaware. He never reacted. I stayed behind him, keeping my eyes not quite on her and not quite away. I didn't want to look directly at her again, but I also didn't want to turn my back. When I stayed silent the whole time, heart pounding, until we finally reached the other end and opened the door to the regular upstairs hallway. The second we were out, my legs almost wobbled with relief. Back on solid ground, full ceiling over my head. The world felt bigger and safer, at least a little. I turned to my friend and told him, in a rushed whisper, what I had seen. A girl, blonde hair, dress, sitting in the corner, looking like she wanted to join us. He frowned and shook his head. I didn't see any girl, he said. But I don't really want to go back in there. Something about how he said it stuck with me. He hadn't seen her, but he'd felt something off. It was enough to make me trust myself more. It wasn't just imagination. The space itself had changed for both of us. It had gone from a fun secret passage to a place neither of us wanted to revisit. After that day, I hated being sent upstairs. If my parents asked me to go up and grab something, I'd drag my feet, make excuses, or try to get a sibling to come with me. If I had to go alone, I'd rush, heart pounding, eyes glued to the hallway, trying desperately not to look toward those long crawlspace doors. That's when the doors started playing their own little games. Those crawlspace doors were small compared to the regular bedroom doors. They sat low on the wall, with simple handles. Normally, you'd expect them to stay shut unless someone pulled them open. We didn't use those spaces much after the girl in the corner incident, so there was no reason for them to be opened and closed all the time. Yet, I'd come upstairs on an errand for my parents. Go get your jacket from your old room, or go bring down that box from the top of the hall closet. And as soon as I reached the top of the stairs, I'd see one of the little doors slowly swing open. Not all the way, just enough to be noticeable, like a mouth opening to suggest a secret. Sometimes it would be both doors, one on either side of the hallway, each moving on its own. There wouldn't be any windows open to create a draft. The air would be still. The regular doors wouldn't move. Only those little doors. It's hard to describe exactly how that feels when you're 8 or 9. Logically, even as a kid, you can tell yourself, the house is old. Things shift. Maybe there's a pressure change. But emotionally, it felt like they were trying to invite me in, or lure me. Look, here's an open door. Don't you want to look inside? Don't you want to come closer? The fact that I'd once seen a girl in there, sitting just beyond where the light reached, made that idea even worse. On top of that, my toys started going missing in a very specific way. Kids lose toys all the time, so at first I didn't think much of it. A stuffed animal not where I thought I left it. A doll's shoe gone from under my bed. A favorite car missing from its line. I'd look for them, even get in trouble sometimes because my room was messy and my parents thought I just buried them under piles of stuff. Then, later, sometimes days, sometimes weeks, My parents would mention that they'd found one of my missing things while they were going through the attic space for something else. Usually this happened around holidays, especially Christmas. My parents would go up there to fish out boxes of decorations. They'd open those awkward little doors, crawl in a bit, and haul out dusty crates of ornaments, lights, wrapping paper. And in the middle of that space, on the old boards or tucked up against a wall, would be one of my toys that I knew I had not brought up there. They'd bring it back down, a little annoyed, and say something like, "You really shouldn't play up there. It's not safe. And stop leaving your things lying around in the attic." I'd protest that I hadn't gone into those spaces, that I didn't like them, that I'd never play there. They'd roll their eyes and tell me not to tell stories. After a while, it started to feel like whoever or whatever was in those crawl spaces liked to collect things. Maybe the blonde girl wanted toys the way any child would. Maybe it was just a strange coincidence. But it added another layer to my unease. If something could move my belongings from my room to that place without me seeing it, what else could it do? The tension built slowly. It wasn't one big incident like a movie. It was lots of small ones stacking up. The doors moving, the toys, little noises at night. Moments where I'd be upstairs and feel absolutely watched, even though I was alone. Times when I'd swear I heard a faint giggle or sigh from behind the thin walls. Eventually, I decided I'd had enough of being afraid without doing anything about it. Kids get big ideas about facing monsters and being brave in very dramatic ways. One morning, when I was about 8, I woke up early. The house was quiet. My parents were still asleep. The sun had only just started to lighten the sky, and I lay there in bed, thinking about the girl in the attic and the way I always ran away. Something in me, maybe out of anger or maybe a flicker of courage, decided that this time I was going to take control. I was going to take on the monster in the attic, whatever that monster really was. I had a dog at the time. He was usually ready for anything, the kind of pet that loves car rides, new smells, walks at any hour. He slept at the foot of my bed or in the hallway outside my room. I got up quietly, trying not to wake my parents, and grabbed his leash. I clipped it onto his collar and said his name in that excited whisper tone dogs understand as, "We're doing something fun." He wagged his tail and followed me willingly at first. We climbed the stairs together. At the top there was a little landing, and then the hallway with the 2 crawl space doors on either side. I took a deep breath, feeling my heart hammering in my chest. In my mind, having the dog with me made me braver. Dogs know when something is wrong, right? If he was calm, I could be calm. We reached the top step that led up into the attic area. The air felt cooler up there, still and heavy. My dog, who had been trotting along happily up until that point, suddenly stopped dead. He planted his paws on the floor and wouldn't move another inch. His body tensed. His ears went back. His tail, which had been a soft wag, stilled and tucked slightly. I gave the leash a little tug, gentle, encouraging. "Come on," I whispered. He dug in harder, muscles shaking, and let out a tiny, scared whine. I had never seen him act like that before. Not for thunder, not for strangers, not for anything. Whatever was up there, or whatever he sensed up there, he wanted nothing to do with it. His fear punched right through my borrowed courage. If my always up for anything dog refused to go off that top step and into the attic, what was I doing trying to drag us both there? I backed away slowly, my hand on his collar now instead of the leash, letting him retreat down the stairs. By the time we were back on the ground floor, he was acting like his normal self again, as if the top of the stairs and whatever waited beyond it had never existed. Trying to talk to my parents about any of this never went well. They were practical. They had jobs and bills and adult problems to think about. To them, the house was just a house. Big, old, a little drafty, but nothing more. Whenever something small went wrong in the house, a light left on in an empty room, a toy found in the wrong place, a door not closed, a cabinet left open, they blamed me or my siblings. "Why did you leave the hall light on all night?" they'd ask. I'd say I hadn't turned it on. "Why are your toys all over the top of the stairs?" they'd scold. I'd say I hadn't left them there. After a while, you get tired of saying, "It wasn't me," and having no one believe you. At some point, you start questioning yourself. Maybe I did forget. Maybe I did turn that knob or leave that mess and just don't remember. But deep down, I knew there were things happening in that house I wasn't causing. I could feel it in the way the hair on my arms would stand up without a draft. In the way the upstairs always felt slightly wrong, even on a bright day with the windows open. We moved out when I was 10. By then, I felt a mix of emotions. Part of me was relieved. The idea of leaving that house, and especially the upstairs behind, felt like stepping out of a heavy coat I hadn't realized I'd been wearing. Another part of me was sad. No matter how strange it had been, it had still been my home. I had memories in every room, packing toys into boxes, watching my bed get taken apart, going through drawers for the last time. All of that still grabbed at my heart. My parents treated it like any move. Logistics, cleaning, handing over keys. I remember them talking to the new owners once or twice, showing them around, pointing out how things worked. The new family seemed excited. It was a big house, a good deal. Plenty of room for them and their kids. One of their daughters was going to sleep upstairs. We hadn't even been gone a full week when the phone rang. My parents answered. It was the new owners. They had a question, and it wasn't about the plumbing or the heating or where the circuit breaker was. They wanted to know if the house was haunted. My mom, I think, laughed. Haunted? No, she probably said, or something similar. They'd never taken my stories seriously, so hearing someone else bring up ghosts must have seemed ridiculous to them. Just new people nervous about an old house. Then the woman on the phone explained why she was asking. Their daughter had been sleeping upstairs, in one of the rooms near those long crawl spaces. She had started telling them, very calmly, that she'd been playing at night with another little girl, a blonde-haired girl, one that appeared in her room without coming up the stairs, one that her parents never actually saw come into the house. When my parents mentioned this to me later, somewhere between amused and "those people are really superstitious," I didn't laugh. A blonde girl upstairs, wanting to play. That description matched exactly what I had seen in the crawl space. The new family kept in touch with us for a while, so we heard bits and pieces of what went on over the next months or years. At first, it was mostly their daughter talking about her friend. Then both parents started to notice things themselves. They would be sitting in the living room at night, watching TV, their daughter on the couch with them. They'd look over casually to say something to her or hand her a snack and see for a brief moment on another girl sitting on their daughter's lap. A blonde girl in an old-fashioned dress, looking as solid and real as anyone. By the time their brains processed what they were seeing and they looked again, she'd be gone. It wasn't just upstairs anymore. The blonde girl started appearing in different parts of the house, in doorways, near the kitchen table, standing at the bottom of the stairs, always there for a second or two, then gone. The parents did what most of us would do now. They turned to the computer. They started looking up the history of the house. They searched records of past owners. Eventually, they found mention of an old dressmaker who had once lived there, long before any of us. She made clothes for local families, including children's dresses. Then they found a picture. It was an old photograph, on black and white or sepia, showing the dressmaker and a little girl. The girl was wearing one of the woman's dresses. In the picture, she had light-colored hair, cut and styled in a way that looked almost exactly like the girl the current owner's daughter claimed to play with. The girl the parents had started seeing out of the corners of their eyes. The same kind of dress, the same hairstyle, the same look. Hearing that made my skin prickle. It was one thing for a 10-year-old me to see something and be told I was imagining it. It was another for a completely new family, with no idea what I had experienced, to move in and start describing the same blonde-haired girl, and then to find a decades-old photograph that matched those descriptions. Whatever was in that house, it was clearly tied to that little girl, and she didn't seem to leave. Generation after generation, family after family, she stayed, finding new children to befriend, new adults to unsettle. The rest of what happened to that family is not something I take lightly. According to what my parents told me and what we heard over time, the new family didn't handle the haunting well. It put a strain on them. Sleepless nights, fears about their daughter, arguments about whether to move or stay, how to explain or not explain things. You can imagine the stress of living in a place where you sometimes see an extra child on your couch. The pressure eventually tore them apart. The parents divorced. The mother and the children moved out, unable or unwilling to stay in the house any longer. The father stayed. Maybe he didn't have the money to leave. Maybe he felt attached to the house in some way. Maybe, like some people do, he thought he could handle it, or that he shouldn't have to give up his home because of something he couldn't fully understand. Over time, he became more and more isolated there. The last thing we heard was that he had taken his own life in that house. I don't say that easily. Suicide is never a story point. It's a tragedy. I don't know all the details of what led him to that decision. It's never just one thing. Life is complicated. But I can't shake the feeling that the house itself played a part. That all the strange, heavy energy stacked up over its history. War, sickness, violence, loneliness, and whatever was calling out from those crawl spaces and appearing at the edge of people's vision kept wearing him down. Now, as an adult, I can almost hold two truths at once. On one hand, I can tell myself that a lot of what I experienced as a child could be explained. Old houses make noises, air currents move doors, kids lose toys and forget where they put them. Friends scare each other without meaning to. On the other hand, I know in my bones what I saw in that crawl space. I know the feeling of those doors opening as soon as I came upstairs, like a breath. I remember my dog digging his paws into the floor rather than step into the attic. I remember the way the new family, with no prompting from us, described a blonde-haired girl upstairs. When I picture that girl now, I don't see a monster. I see a lonely child, trapped in a place she once lived, trying over and over to reach out to any other child who walks through. Maybe she just wanted someone to play with in the dark. Maybe she wanted someone to help her, without knowing how to ask. Maybe she never understood what had happened to her. And so she just kept doing the only thing she knew. Sit in the corner of the long crawl space, waiting for someone with a flashlight to crawl by. Story 9. Right now, as I'm writing this, I'm still living in the house where all of this is happening. It's not some place I lived in years ago with faded memories and stories that got bigger over time. It's my current house in New Jersey. And the weird thing about it is that nothing looks scary. It's just a normal house on a normal street with neighbors close enough that you can hear them if they play loud music. but far enough that you can't accidentally overhear conversations through the walls. I've never considered myself someone who believes in ghosts or spirits or anything like that. I'm the rationale, or there must be a logical explanation type of person. Up until a few weeks ago, I'd never really experienced anything that challenged that. The first time it happened, it was around 3 in the morning. I had fallen asleep on the sofa downstairs in the living room. You know, the kind of sleep where you don't really mean to fall asleep. You're maybe watching something half interesting on TV. And then suddenly it's dark and quiet, and you wake up with a stiff neck and a blanket half twisted under you. That was me. I remember waking up all groggy, my eyes feeling heavy, my body telling me I should have gone to bed an hour ago. The room was dim. I think there was a little bit of light from outside. Some street lights, maybe one little indicator light from the cable box. But nothing bright. The TV was off. The only sound I noticed at first was the faint hum of the heating system. It was one of those slightly too warm nights where the house feels a bit stuffy at 3 a.m. and you realize you need to turn the thermostat down if you want to sleep comfortably. I sat up slowly, yawning, rubbing my eyes with the heels of my hands, trying to blink the tiredness away. I remember thinking something very simple and boring like, okay, turn the heating off, lock the doors, go upstairs, bed. Totally normal late-night thoughts. I swung my legs off the sofa and was just about to stand up. That's when I heard it. At first, I didn't really register it. It was just a noise in the background, quiet enough that it blended into the general hum of the house. It was only as it got louder and more distinct that my brain caught up and went, wait, what is that? It was the sound of the kettle boiling. You know that particular noise, a low, growing rumble that slowly builds into a more frantic bubbling, the occasional rattle as steam starts to push at the lid. It was that. And it was getting louder and louder, to the point where I couldn't brush it off as something else. There was nobody else awake. There shouldn't have been anything in the kitchen making that sound. I turned my head toward the kitchen, still seated on the sofa, suddenly much more awake. The layout of the downstairs is pretty open, so from where I was sitting I could see into the kitchen area. And there, on the counter, the electric kettle was on. It wasn't just humming faintly either. It was fully engaged, water inside in the middle of a boil, the blue light underneath the switch glowing clearly. This particular kettle has a button or switch you have to push down for it to start. It's not like some old stove kettle that might randomly start whistling if someone left a burner on low. You physically have to press the switch to make it boil, and when it's on, it glows blue, which I could see very clearly from the sofa. The light was bright enough that I could even see the shadow of the button itself. You know how, when you press it down, it changes shape under the glow? That was there. It wasn't half-pressed or on the verge of popping back up. It was clearly down, as if someone had just gone over there and flicked it on. My very first thought was not ghost or spirit. It was much more ordinary and, in its own way, more unsettling. I wondered if I had somehow done it and forgotten. I tried to replay the last hour or so in my head. Had I gotten up earlier and decided I wanted tea or coffee? Had I sleepwalked? Had I turned it on when I was half asleep and just blanked it out? The idea that I might have lost time or done something without remembering it freaked me out more than the idea of a haunted kettle. For a second, I even wondered if I was still asleep and this was some kind of dream. As those thoughts were racing through my head, I did something without completely deciding to. I spoke. I said out loud in the quiet kitchen living room space, "But I don't want tea or coffee." The words came out a little bit startled, a bit whiny, almost like I was talking back to someone who wasn't there. The second they left my mouth, I felt silly. I was alone. Why was I talking like that to an appliance? And then I heard the click. The kettle shut off instantly. Not a slow fade. Not it reaching the end of the boil cycle naturally, but a clear, mechanical click, like the switch had been pushed back up. The noise inside stopped right away. The bubbling cut out in the middle of what my brain recognized as an unfinished boil. The blue light went dark. As someone English, I'm used to living with 220 to 240 volt outlets. Electric kettles in that setup are fast. They take no time at all to go from cold to boiling. After years of that, you get a good sense of how long a full boil sound lasts. This wasn't at that point yet when it stopped. Maybe halfway. I know what a kettle sounds like when it's winding down naturally and tripping its own switch because the water's hot enough. This wasn't that. This sounded like someone had just reached out and turned it off because I said I didn't want anything. The weirdest part, aside from the actual timing, was the way I felt the second it happened. As soon as I heard the click, a wave of guilt washed over me. Not guilt like I just killed someone, guilt or I broke something expensive guilt. It was softer and stranger, like the feeling you get when someone offers you something out of kindness and you reject it too sharply. I suddenly felt like I'd been rude, like someone had been trying to do something nice for me and I'd snapped, "I don't want that," instead of saying, "Oh, thank you, but no thank you." It made my cheeks flush a little, and my heart, which had been pounding from the shock, began to slow down in this odd, confused way. I sat there on the sofa for a little while longer, staring at the now dark kettle, listening to the quiet. Nothing else happened. No cold drafts, no shadowy figures, no whispering voices. Eventually I got up, turned the heating down like I had meant to in the first place, checked the doors, and went to bed. I fell asleep with my mind still circling around that moment. Kettle on by itself, my voice, click off. For the next day or two, I told myself it was a glitch. Maybe the switch was loose. Maybe there was something wrong with the internal wiring that made it kick on randomly. I didn't repeat the story to anyone right then because, honestly, it sounded like I was making it bigger than it was. My kettle turned on by itself and then off when I talked to it. Didn't seem like the kind of thing people would respond to with calm interest. I barely believed it myself. 2 days later, though, I wasn't alone when it happened. A friend was over. We were sitting at the dining room table, chatting, maybe having a late lunch or going over something on a laptop. The table is in a spot where you can't see the kettle directly. It's around a corner in the kitchen. If you're sitting at the table, you have to stand up and move a few steps before you can see the counter clearly. We're both at least 5 feet tall, so height wasn't the issue. It was just the angle of the walls. We were talking about something ordinary. The house was quiet. Nobody else was home. No TV, no music playing. Suddenly, from the kitchen, we heard that now familiar low rumble start up. The kettle. Again. We both froze for a split second. Our conversation cut off mid-sentence. Then my friend pushed back their chair and rushed toward the sound. I followed, my heart speeding up again, a strange mix of dread and relief building in my chest. They got there first and leaned over the counter, then turned to me with wide eyes. "The button's down," they said. "It's on. Nobody touched it, right?" I came around and saw it for myself. The blue light glowed. The switch was clearly pressed. The sound was unmistakable. That little relief I mentioned hit me hard. It wasn't just me. I hadn't imagined the first time. I hadn't sleepwalked and turned it on and forgotten. Something strange really was going on with this kettle, and now somebody else had seen it too. I told my friend, maybe a little too quickly, about what had happened a couple of nights before. The 3 a.m. thing. The way it had turned off when I said I didn't want tea. They listened, half incredulous, half fascinated. Mapark and we both stood there watching the kettle for a moment. This time, we didn't talk to it. We let it finish. Eventually, it clicked off on its own like a normal appliance. No voices, no feelings. Just a normal end to a normal boiling cycle that had not started normally at all. For the next few nights, I was more aware of the sounds in the house than usual. I didn't lie awake in a cold sweat or anything, but I found myself pausing sometimes to listen. When I went to sleep, I noticed every creak and settling noise with a little more attention. In the middle of the night, when you wake up briefly to roll over or get a drink of water, the mind often plays tricks on you. But one particular night, something happened that didn't feel like a trick. It was around 4 a.m. this time. I woke up, not to the kettle, but to the sound of voices. At first, I thought it was part of a dream. It sounded like a conversation, not yelling, not loud, just 2 or more people talking somewhere in the house. The tones rose and fell in that familiar human rhythm. I couldn't make out actual words, just the kind of murmur you might hear if your parents were chatting downstairs when you were meant to be asleep, or if roommates were having a quiet discussion in the living room. I lay there, eyes open in the dark, listening. The voices didn't seem to be coming from one side of the house in particular. They were just there. I counted in my head, thinking maybe I'd drift off again and it would dissolve like dream fragments do. But they stayed. The nearest neighbors on either side are about 20 feet away. Sound travels, but not like that. Not at 4 a.m. with all the windows shut and the world outside still and dark. Besides, I've lived here long enough to know the difference between neighbor noise and inside the house noise. I was just starting to push myself upright, half tempted to go check, even though I knew on some level that was a terrible idea, when I heard it again. The kettle, boiling, that same build-up sound, floating through the walls, now layered over the soft conversation. I stared into the dark of my room, feeling irritation start to bubble up right alongside unease. 3 a.m. or 4 a.m., okay. Maybe the first time felt like an odd kindness. Maybe the second time was a confirmation that my brain was working properly. But now, waking me up with boiling and disembodied voices when people were sleeping? I was tired. I was no longer in the mood to be quietly spooked. Instead of lying there in fear, I felt something more like annoyance take over. That probably sounds strange, but it's true. Fear and anger often sit very close together inside us. So, without getting out of bed, I spoke again. "Please stop boiling the kettle," I said into the darkness. "We have people asleep upstairs." My voice came out firm, not shouty, but very clear. I felt a bit ridiculous, like a parent scolding a very strange child. The room held its breath for a second. Then, once again, I heard the click. The kettle turned off. Just like before, the sound cut out immediately. No more bubbling, no more rumble. The voices faded too, or I stopped noticing them. I'm not sure which. The silence that followed was deeper in a way, but also calmer. Lying there afterward, I didn't feel the same guilt I'd felt the first time. Maybe it was the word please. Maybe it was the fact that, in my mind, I wasn't rejecting a kind offer so much as asking for quiet in a shared space. It almost felt like an agreement. Like whoever or whatever was flipping that switch had heard me and thought, okay, fair enough. I'll stop for now. I keep telling myself this could all just be a faulty kettle. I probably should have replaced it by now, or at least had someone look at the wiring. Maybe there's a problem with the switch getting stuck and releasing randomly, or with the way the base is connected to the plug. Maybe something in the electrical system is sending odd signals. It's an old house. Appliances fail in strange ways sometimes. What, it could be coincidence that the times it turns on by itself happen to be the times I'm half asleep and more likely to notice or feel unsettled. I don't believe in ghosts. Or at least I didn't. And I still don't think of myself as a believer. I haven't seen any pale figures at the end of the hall. I haven't felt cold hands or seen anything fly across a room. I haven't had any of the classic haunting movie moments. I'm a practical person by nature. I like my explanations to come with manuals and repair bills, not seances. But something about these experiences sits in a category of its own in my head. It doesn't feel malicious. It doesn't feel like something trying to scare or hurt me. The first instinctive jolt of fear is there. Sure, any sudden noise in the middle of the night will do that, even if it's just a neighbor dropping something. But right behind that is this very gentle, strange feeling. It's hard to describe properly. The closest thing I can compare it to is being a kid again, homesick from school, tucked up on the sofa or in bed under blankets, and having a parent tiptoe around the house making you soup or tea without making a fuss. That feeling of someone looking after you quietly in the background, making small, comforting gestures. Putting the kettle on because you look tired, turning it off when you say you don't want anything. Listening when you ask for quiet because other people need to rest. Sometimes, when I think about the 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. kettles, I picture a figure in my mind. Not a specific ghost with rags and chains, but maybe someone from long ago who was used to being up early and long before modern clocks, putting water on for breakfast. Maybe some older person from another time who sees someone asleep on the sofa in a strange house and thinks, this one needs a warm drink. Or maybe it's no one at all, and my lonely brain is just painting kindness onto random electrical glitches to make itself feel better. I really don't know. What I do know is that something is happening. I know I've heard that kettle turn off at moments that lined up exactly with my words. I know a friend has seen the button pressed down when no one was near it. I know I've been woken by voices that shouldn't have been there. I know that, instead of being terrified, my overwhelming feeling most of the time is this odd mix of curiosity and the sense that someone is trying, in the strangest way, to take care of me. Very, very strange. But I'm somehow not unwelcome. Story 10. When my wife and I first moved into that house, nothing about it seemed frightening. In fact, it felt more like a lucky break than anything spooky. We were living in a small apartment at the time, doing what a lot of young couples do. Working, paying rent, trying to figure out how to someday afford a place of our own. It was 2005, and the housing market was going absolutely crazy. Prices were shooting up, houses were being snapped up by anyone who could get a loan, and it felt like if we didn't jump in soon, we'd never be able to. My great-aunt owned a house that had been built in the 1950s. It was a simple, solid place, the kind of home you picture in old family photos. One story, a basement, a decent yard. It needed some work. The kitchen was outdated. The bathroom fixtures were old. And some of the walls were still painted the same colors they'd been in the 70s. But the bones were good. The structure was solid. My aunt was getting older and didn't want to deal with the cost or effort of fixing it up. She also didn't really want to live alone in a big space anymore. One day she made us an offer that sounded perfect. She suggested that we buy her house and she'd take over our apartment. It made sense for everyone. She would get a smaller, easier living situation without having to deal with the hassle of searching for a place. We would get into a house without competing with 100 other buyers or paying some insane price. So we worked out the details. Paperwork, inspections, the usual. Eventually, the house was ours, and my great-aunt moved into our old apartment. At first, it was great. The house was always full of people. We weren't the only ones living there for long. For a while, some friends stayed with us, crashing in the spare room while they figured out their own lives. Then, my brother moved in for a bit. Later, we had kids, and that brought a whole new level of noise and chaos. There were always toys on the floor, dishes in the sink, and someone coming or going. It was never quiet in the way that empty houses are quiet. Not long after we moved in, something odd started happening to me personally. I began sleepwalking. I'd never had a history of sleepwalking as a kid. My parents had never told embarrassing stories of me wandering around the house in my pajamas at night or anything like that. But after we settled into that house, I started waking up in places I hadn't gone to bed. The strangest and worst of these episodes was the time I opened the basement door in my sleep, stepped through, and fell down an entire flight of stairs. I don't remember the fall. Just the shocking pain and confusion of suddenly finding myself at the bottom of the stairs in a crumpled heap. My wife woke up to the noise, rushed over, and found me trying to figure out what had just happened. I was bruised, sore, and more than a little shaken. We laughed it off later. Guess you really wanted something from the basement. But there was something about it that nagged at the back of my mind. Why had I started sleepwalking here, in this house, and not any other time in my life? Aside from that, the early years in that house didn't have much in the way of classic haunting material. Every once in a while, you'd get a weird feeling. You'd be alone in a room and, for a second, feel like someone was behind you, only to turn around and see nothing. You'd hear a sound, a creak upstairs, a muffled thump, and your first thought would be, what was that? But most of the time, those things could be easily explained. Someone else was up getting a drink of water. The neighbor's car door had slammed. A pet had knocked something over. I told myself it was an old house with a lot of people moving around. Of course we'd hear things. Of course we'd get creeped out once in a while. Nothing about it felt like more than that. At least not enough to stand out as a major event when I look back. Then my great-aunt passed away. She had been in the apartment for a few years by that point. We visited her, called her, did the usual family things. When she died, and it was sad in the way losing an older relative is always sad. There were arrangements to be made, stories to be told, and then, eventually, life to go back to. But it was after her death that the tone in our house started to shift. At first, it was small things. My wife would tell me that she heard voices, not full, clear conversations, but bits and pieces. A few words here and there, laughter or the rhythm of people talking in another room. Our walls are not thin, but we do live fairly close to our neighbors. So my first thought was always that it had to be them. TV turned up, a late-night phone call, maybe even people outside in the street. It was easy to shrug off in the light of day. Around the same time, our youngest son, 2 or 3 years old then, the baby of 3 siblings, started waking up in the middle of the night, at usually around 2 or 3 a.m. He would cry, not the sharp yelp of a nightmare that fades after a minute, but a drawn-out, distressed sound that didn't stop until someone went in to comfort him. Kids that age go through plenty of developmental phases. They test boundaries, they have growth spurts, their sleep cycles change. So again, I told myself, this is normal. Toddlers do this. But then there was the way he reacted to his room, and the way the animals did too. Our cat, who was alive at that point, had this habit of going into his room and staring up into the top corner of one wall. Not just a casual glance. She would sit there with that intense, unblinking cat focus, eyes fixed on the corner as if something interesting or worrying was there. The dog would lie outside my son's door and occasionally growl, low in his throat, at nothing we could see. Pets notice things we don't, or at least that's what people say. At the time, it mostly felt like more strange but explainable things to add to the pile. Maybe there are squirrels in the attic, I'd say. Maybe he's hearing the heating ducts. Maybe the cat just likes that spot. My wife, though, was getting nervous. The combination of her hearing voices, our son's night wakings, the animals behaving oddly, it created a pattern in her mind. She'd bring it up, and I'd laugh it off. Not because I thought she was stupid or silly, but because I truly believed there was a rational explanation. I didn't want to feed any fear, especially in a house where our children slept. Then the small weirdness turned into bigger weirdness. One afternoon, we were watching my brother's son. Yeah, this is the same brother from an earlier ghost story in my life, so he appears in a few strange chapters. My nephew was playing in my son's room while the adults were in another part of the house. At some point, I heard giggling, pure, happy kid giggles, from down the hall, the kind that makes you smile without thinking. I walked to my son's room and looked in. There was my nephew standing there alone, pointing up to that same corner of the wall that the cat used to stare at. He was laughing and pointing, a big grin on his face, as if someone was up there making faces at him or playing peekaboo. The air above him was empty. No toys hanging from the ceiling, no mobile, no spider web shimmering in the light. "What are you laughing at, buddy?" I asked him. He just kept pointing and giggling, standing there in the doorway, watching him, and I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. The picture of my cat sitting and staring at that exact spot flashed in my mind. The nights of my son crying, the dog growling, my wife's stories of hearing things. Now here was a child who had never met our cat, never heard those stories, acting like there was something entertaining right there in that empty upper corner. After that, my own son started saying things that were harder to brush off. He'd resist bedtime more than most kids his age. All children push against going to sleep sometimes, but he began to use very specific words. "I don't want to go to bed," he'd say. "He gets mad." "Who gets mad?" we'd ask. But kids are vague when they're little. "The man," he might say, or just he. Other nights, he would point to a spot in the room and say, "The shadow went over there," in this matter-of-fact way that made it sound like he was describing a dog walking into the kitchen or a brother going down the hall. Out loud, I kept making jokes. "Well, tell him Dad says it's bedtime anyway," I'd say with a smile. "Shadows can't boss you around." Inside, though, I was starting to feel the same thing my wife had been describing for months. An uneasy sense, stronger and more frequent, that someone else was there. Not always in a specific place, not always at a specific time, but a general, creeping awareness that we were not alone in the way most people mean when they say it. The turning point, for me, was what I think of now as the smoke detector nights. Up until then, I didn't know much about the witching hour. The idea that 3 a.m. is some kind of special time for paranormal stuff had never been on my radar. I hadn't spent hours on ghost forums or watched every horror film. I was just a guy with a family, a busy job, and a tired mind. The idea of a specific hour where stuff goes down was something I learned only after all this started happening, when I began telling coworkers and they said, "Yeah, 3 o'clock is supposed to be that time." What I did notice on my own was that I'd been waking up around 3 in the morning a lot more often. Sometimes it was from a dream. Sometimes it felt like nothing in particular. I'd jolt awake, heart racing a little, sweat cooling on my neck. The room would be dark and quiet. My wife asleep next to me. The kids down the hall. I'd lie there, eyes open, feeling like someone was watching me. Not from the closet or under the bed, and exactly, just a general sense of being observed. On one of those nights, I checked the clock. 3 a.m. on the dot. I lay there trying to will myself back to sleep, knowing that the alarm would go off at 6 and I'd be a zombie at work if I didn't. My mind wouldn't settle. Then, at 3:01, another sound split the silence. The smoke detector went off. Not a faint beep like the battery dying. Not a single chirp every 30 seconds. This was the full-blown alarm system. A loud, insistent voice and beeping. Fire! 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 It blared 3 times, filling the house, yanking my wife awake, probably scaring the kids in their rooms. Adrenaline shot through me. I jumped out of bed and ran through the house, checking every room, the basement, the kitchen, sniffing for smoke, feeling walls for heat. There was nothing. No smell. Oh, no haze in the air, no flames licking anywhere. I told myself, okay, maybe the battery is low or the detector is faulty. I changed the batteries that very night, tested the unit. It seemed fine. We went back to bed. It took me ages to fall asleep, but eventually I did. The next night, it happened again. I woke up around 3 feeling that now familiar nervousness. I looked at the red numbers on the alarm clock glowing softly on the dresser. 3 a.m. again. I listened to the house. Kids' soft breathing, the faint whir of the fridge, the quiet hum of the heating system. I thought maybe I was just psyching myself out. Then, at 3:01, the smoke detector suddenly blasted to life once more. Fire! 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 3 sharp declarations, and then silence. This time, I was less hurried but more unnerved. I checked the detector, opened it up, confirmed the new batteries were seated. I checked the house again, even though I knew I wouldn't find anything. It was all clean, calm, safe. No fire. No smoke. Nothing that should have set off a properly functioning alarm. After the second night, I told myself maybe it was a glitch in the model. A weird thing in the circuitry that was only showing up at that time because that's when the temperature changed or some unseen factor came into play. I tried to be logical. But after the third and then the fourth night, each exactly the same. Me waking up, seeing 3 a.m., and then at 3:01. Fire, fire, fire. 3 times. Then silence. Logic started to feel like flimsy clothes in a hailstorm. By the 4th night, I was spooked enough that I started talking about it at work. I'm not the kind of person who usually shares this kind of thing. You don't want to be the one in the break room saying, "So, funny story, my house might be haunted." You expect people to give you that look, the one that says they're politely listening but mentally stepping back a little. But I was unsettled in a way I couldn't shake, and I needed to say it out loud to someone besides my wife. So I started telling a couple of guys at work what had been happening. The sleepwalking, the kid giggling in the corner, the smoke detector going off at the same time every night with no reason. That's when one of them asked, "What time did you say it always happens?" 3:01, I said. "Yeah, man." He nodded. "That's right in the witching hour, between 3 and 4. That's like prime time in all the stories." I actually laughed when he said it. The term sounded so dramatic. Witching hour. It felt like something out of an old book. But at the same time, knowing there was this whole concept out there, this pattern other people talked about, made me feel less like I was the only one in the world going through something weird. If nothing else, it meant other people had dealt with strange things in that same middle-of-the-night slot. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the smoke detector thing stopped. No more 301 alarms. No more fire, 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 waking us up. We didn't replace the detector or change anything else in the house. It simply didn't happen again after that. The quiet that followed felt almost heavier for a while, as if you were waiting for a punch that never came. On all of this, the voices, the cat and dog behavior, the kids talking about shadows and anger, the sleepwalking, the alarms, stacked up over the years. My wife and I did our best to keep life normal. We said our prayers, checked the locks, read bedtime stories, went to work. But there was always this layer under it all. That's the best way I can describe it. A strange undercurrent in the house we couldn't see but kept tripping over. Eventually, we decided to move. It wasn't a dramatic, we must escape the haunted house moment. It was more like a lot of little reasons added together. We needed more space. The kids were growing. We wanted a bigger yard. There were money considerations. But if I'm honest, the feeling in that house pushed us too. My wife didn't feel at ease there anymore. I didn't either, though it took me longer to admit it to myself. We found a place that on paper might have seemed like it should have been even more haunted. An old farmhouse built in the 1850s. You'd think, hearing that I was just trading one spooky place for an even older one with a longer history. But from the moment we first set foot on that property, I felt different. The air felt lighter. The rooms felt clear, I guess is the word. There were creaks and quirks like any old house, sure. But there wasn't that sense of being watched all the time. No weird heaviness in certain corners. No crawl spaces that made your skin crawl. We moved in, and the change in our family was almost immediate. The kids started sleeping through the night more consistently. My youngest stopped waking up crying at 2 or 3 in the morning, where there were no more complaints about angry he in the bedroom. The pets were relaxed. The dogs lay in doorways and wagged their tails instead of growling at unseen things. I stopped sleepwalking completely. No more surprise midnight stair tumbles. I'd wake up feeling rested instead of jolted awake by panic. The farmhouse, despite being older by a full century, has never given me that deep, uneasy feeling. If anything, it feels like a safe harbor, a quiet place where whatever weirdness we brought from the other house finally burned off. The last little detail that still makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up is what happened to the house we left behind. After we moved out, it went up for sale. A family bought it. You'd think that would be the end of it for us. In most stories, that's where you fade to black. New owners, new life. No, but the thing is, those people never even moved in. They bought the house, finalized everything, and for reasons that were never fully shared with us, they put it back on the market almost right away. They didn't paint the walls or tear out the kitchen or change the landscaping. As far as I know, they didn't sleep there a single night. They just turned around and tried to sell it again. The house sat. For months, almost a year. In a region where houses usually vanish off the market pretty quickly, that one just stayed there, empty, waiting. Every time I'd drive past, I'd glance over and see the blinds still down, the driveway still bare, the yard slowly starting to look a little unkempt. I don't know what happened with that family. Maybe they had financial problems. Maybe someone lost their job. Maybe they decided they didn't like the neighborhood. It could be anything. But knowing what we experienced there, what my kids said, what my wife felt, what I heard at 3 in the morning, I can't help but wonder if, in their short time dealing with that house, they got a taste of the same undercurrent and decided they wanted no part of it. Creepy is the only word I have for it. And while I don't go around telling every neighbor my old house was haunted, when I tuck my kids into bed in our farmhouse and listen to the peaceful quiet at night, I'm grateful in a way I can't quite explain that we left when we did. Whatever was in that 1950s house, whatever started stirring when my great-aunt passed, seems content to stay there. And I am more than happy to let it. Story 11. The house I grew up in was a little unusual in its layout, and all the bedrooms were grouped together at one end, while the kitchen and living room were at the opposite end. Connecting the two areas was a long, narrow hallway. In the middle of the hall was a small bathroom, and along both sides were what felt like hundreds of closets, practically a maze of doors and dark wood panels. My bedroom was at the far end of the hall, and 2 other bedrooms faced each other across the hall somewhere along the way. This meant that if you were sitting in our living room, you could see straight down the hallway, and on most nights, make out my bedroom door at the very end. A lot of strange things happened in that house, things that made us uneasy or frightened, but the one thing that never had any rational explanation, the one thing that always made every adult and child in the house pause, was the darkness at the end of the hall. It wasn't just a shadow or a trick of the light. It was something else entirely. The hallway itself was long and narrow, and the dark wood paneling made it naturally dim. But with the living room lights on, you could usually see most of the way down. You could always make out the doors and the walls. You could always see my bedroom door at the end. But sometimes, without warning, the end of the hall would be completely swallowed in blackness. It was like someone had drawn a curtain over the last few feet, hiding everything beyond it. You could see part of the way down the hall, and then it just ended in a deep, impossible darkness. It was heavy, oppressive, the kind of darkness that made your skin crawl and your stomach twist. Even when nothing had happened, you could feel it before you even saw it. It was an awareness, a creeping sense that something was waiting there, watching. Our 3 little dogs were just as sensitive, if not more so. They would line up at the mouth of the hallway and stare straight down into the darkness. Sometimes they'd growl quietly, a low, trembling sound, or bark softly. But most of the time, they just sat there, frozen, their little bodies tense. Occasionally, one of them would muster the courage to take a step forward, ears pricked, nose twitching, and walk halfway toward the blackness. But they never went all the way. Without fail, they would stop, stiffen, and back up slowly, carefully keeping their eyes fixed on whatever was there. They never turned their backs on it. They always retreated while staring straight into the darkness, as if acknowledging that something unseen was waiting for them. We couldn't explain it. No amount of logic, rational thought, or scientific reasoning could make sense of what was happening. Other strange things happened in the house, things we tried to rationalize. Objects would disappear for hours and then reappear in odd places. Small items would fall off shelves for no reason. And sometimes we'd hear faint voices or feel cold breezes drifting through rooms with all the windows closed. But the darkness at the end of the hall was different. It wasn't subtle. It wasn't easily dismissed. It didn't belong to any ordinary phenomenon. Sometimes it would appear when we were sitting in the living room, talking or watching TV, just after a normal day had ended. One moment, everything would be normal, the lights on, our dogs lounging around, and the next, the feeling would hit. A tight, heavy sensation in the air, like the room had grown colder, thicker. The end of the hall would disappear into blackness, and the dogs would line up, all three of them, staring. You could feel their tension radiating across the room, and there it would stay for a while, long enough that you were conscious of it in a way that made your own skin prickle. Then, as quietly and suddenly as it had appeared, the oppressive feeling would lift, the darkness would vanish, and our little dogs would wander off, returning to their usual mischief as if nothing had happened. I remember one particular night vividly. We were all sitting in the living room, the lights on, and the hum of the old refrigerator in the kitchen blending with the occasional squeak of the wooden floors. Everything was quiet, comfortable, ordinary. And then it happened. A sudden heaviness filled the room, like the air itself had grown thicker. I glanced down the hallway, and there it was. Complete blackness at the far end, so intense it swallowed the light from our living room. The dogs immediately lined up at the start of the hallway, their bodies rigid, their eyes locked onto the invisible presence. One of them, the smallest, stepped forward with courage I envied, but stopped dead, and slowly retreated while never breaking eye contact with the darkness. We all just sat there, frozen for a few moments, until the feeling lifted. The blackness faded, as if someone had pulled it back, and leaving the hallway bathed again in the familiar dim glow from the living room. Our dogs finally wandered off, tails wagging nervously, and we tried to go back to our previous conversations. But nothing could erase the memory of what had just happened. It was a thing that had been there, undeniably present, and we couldn't tell if it had watched us, judged us, or simply existed in some other space we couldn't see. I never figured out why it happened or what it was. It didn't happen every day, and it didn't always last long. But when it did occur, the weight of it was unmistakable. It was the kind of experience that lodges in your mind, replaying itself silently in the corners of your memory. Even years later, long after I moved out, I could remember that darkness so clearly. It felt like stepping back into the house for just a moment. The walls, the hallway, the blackness at the far end, they were burned into my memory, an unshakable reminder that some things exist beyond explanation. And that sometimes the most frightening presence is the one that doesn't move, doesn't make a sound, and doesn't even need a face. Story 12. I lived in a haunted house for 10 long years. During that time, I had 5 children, and every single one of them had the same terrifying experience. Between the ages of 2 and 5, they all claimed to see a man in a hat on the wall. It wasn't just a fleeting glimpse. They would describe him in detail, and each of them insisted he was always there, watching. Strangely, as soon as they turned 6, the sightings stopped completely, as if he lost interest once they grew older. I will never forget one night when my son, and who was only 5 at the time, screamed for me in the middle of the night. I rushed to his room, heart pounding, and found him sitting on his bed, tears streaming down his face. "Make my drawers stop," he begged, his small hands clutching the blanket. "Stop what, honey?" I asked, confused. "They keep opening and slamming shut. I can't sleep. It's too noisy," he whispered, voice trembling. That was when I realized that this presence wasn't just about shadows or fleeting figures. It could interact with the physical world, and it delighted in disturbing us. Things in the house were constantly moved, lost, or thrown across the rooms. Any babysitter we tried to hire ended up being tormented by the spirit. The most frightening incident involved my 15-year-old brother. I had asked him to watch the kids one night, and when we returned home around 2 in the morning, we found him sitting on the hallway steps, shaking uncontrollably and crying. He told us what had happened, and it was one of the most terrifying stories I've ever heard. As soon as he got the kids to bed, a pounding started. It wasn't just in one room. It came from all over the house. The noise was so intense that he went outside to see if someone was hitting the walls, but there was nobody there. When he returned through the back door, he saw the reflection of someone in the hallway mirror, moving toward the children's bedrooms. He ran, thinking an intruder had snuck in while he was outside, checking every corner of the house, but found no one. As he went upstairs, he saw a shadow streak around the corner of the steps, just disappearing into the darkness. And then he heard the front door open and shut. He ran down the stairs, expecting to find someone, but the door was firmly closed and locked. For the next 3 hours, he chased shadows and listened to doors opening and closing on their own. After that night, he never babysat for us again. Nobody else would either. The haunting didn't stop there. Lights would shatter above our heads, sending sparks and shards raining down. My children would laugh and talk to people we couldn't see, as if they were hosting invisible friends. Our neighbors began calling us at all hours of the night, worried about the groups of people they claimed to see sneaking around our yard and peering through our windows. The situation became so frequent that the police were familiar with our calls. Eventually, they stationed an officer in the backyard for hours, now watching over our property in the middle of the night, just in case. I had countless nightmares while living there. Some of them were so vivid and terrifying that I would wake up drenched in sweat, certain I could hear the house itself breathing around me. The fear became constant, an invisible weight that followed us everywhere inside that house. Every creak, every flicker of light, every shadow felt deliberate, as if the house were alive and aware of us. Eventually, we moved out, desperate for safety and peace. But the house refused to let go of its reputation. The people who moved in after us couldn't handle it either. They lasted only a month before leaving, claiming it was too terrifying to stay. Now, the house has been empty for 8 years, standing like a dark monument to the horrors that unfolded within its walls. Even now, thinking back on those 10 years fills me with a chill I can't shake. Every encounter, every shadow, every unexplained noise made life there unbearable. I have so many more stories, each one darker and scarier than the last. But even recounting what I have told here makes it feel like a novel already. Living there changed me forever. The house had a presence, a consciousness, and a will of its own. It wasn't just haunted. It was alive in a way I can never fully explain, and it never let us feel safe for a single moment. Story 13. I've lived in 2 places that I can confidently say were haunted, though the experiences were very different in each. The first was a house we lived in briefly when I was around 12. Almost every night, we heard what sounded like rats running across the attic. My mom, understandably concerned, he had an exterminator come and set out dozens of sticky traps. We were relentless about it, but never caught a single thing. And yet, the noises continued. At first, we tried to chalk it up to imagination, creaky floors, or maybe some small critter slipping past us. But soon, strange things began happening to me directly. I would wake up with random injuries a few times a month, scratches that made no sense, even though my nails were always kept short. Bruises appeared on my arms or legs without any memory of how I got them. At first, I told myself it was just clumsiness, but it was happening too often to ignore. Then one morning, I woke up with what looked unmistakably like a cigarette burn on my face. I was terrified. I had no idea what could have caused it. And the thought that something unseen was hurting me made me feel utterly powerless. Thankfully, the scar eventually faded, but the memory of waking up that day still makes my skin crawl. That house had finally pushed us over the edge. We sold it as quickly as we could and never looked back. Years later, in my mid-20s, I moved into a haunted apartment, and this time, the spirits seemed different, less violent, almost gentle, though still unmistakably present. I lived alone in a small fourplex. My neighbor next door was rarely home. He was in and out of prison, and the downstairs neighbors were quiet at night. One worked long hours, the other took Klonopin every night, so the building itself was unusually silent. Despite this, nearly every night, I would hear whispers in my hallway. At first, I would get up, searching for the source of the voices. I'd look outside, the parking lot empty, the courtyard deserted, neighbors either gone or asleep. There was no logical explanation. It happened night after night. But eventually, I stopped feeling afraid. Instead, I started talking to them, half joking, half hoping for some relief. I would say, "Can you keep it down? I'm trying to sleep." And every single time, the whispers would stop immediately. They didn't just communicate in whispers. They had a peculiar way of interacting with my space. Each morning, I would find my blinds open, sometimes before I was even awake. A few times, I woke up early to go to the bathroom on my day off, and all the blinds in the living room were open. When I returned just a few minutes later, they were closed again. I never figured out how it happened, but it became a normal, if slightly unsettling part of my life. These spirits didn't hurt me. In fact, it almost felt like they were watching out for me in some strange way. But then, something happened that shook me in a way nothing else had. My husband had died, and I had him cremated. At the time, I was still young, without children, and I tried to move forward after about 6 months. My now husband had just started staying over at my apartment when things changed. The gentle, curious presence I had become accustomed to shifted into something far darker. The first sign was a shadowy figure in the mirror on my wall. It wasn't vague or fleeting. It was there, clearly human-shaped, dark and impossible to ignore. Then one night, my clock fell off the wall without warning. Nothing in the apartment had moved it, and it wasn't loose or improperly hung. And worst of all, I experienced horrific sleep paralysis for the first time in my life. During it, I saw the same shadow person again, looming over me. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, could only watch as the figure hovered, terrifyingly real. I had never been so scared in my entire life. Every instinct screamed at me to flee. But I was trapped in my own body, forced to endure the presence of something that was both familiar and horrifying. Eventually, I realized what might be happening. The spirit haunting me was my deceased husband. He had been cruel in life, blaming me for events that were entirely out of my control. After his friend sexually assaulted me, he held it against me, and later, he killed himself, refusing to take insulin for his diabetes in an act of spite. Made a dark sort of sense that he would linger after death, unable to let go while I tried to move on. Desperate for peace, I decided to spread his ashes. The moment I did, the haunting stopped. The whispers, the shadows, the sleep paralysis. It all ended. Finally, I could breathe again. These experiences taught me a lot about the ways spirits can linger, how unresolved anger and attachment can stretch beyond death, and how differently entities can interact with the living. One place had been violent, almost sadistic, leaving physical marks on me as a child. Another was mischievous, even helpful at times, until an emotional and spiritual connection from the past turned it hostile. Living in haunted spaces changed how I view the world, what we can see, what we can't, and the invisible ways the past can cling to the present. Story 14. I'm still not completely sure what to believe about that house. A lot of the more intense experiences didn't even happen to me directly. They happened to my dad. But I did see and hear enough on my own to know that something about that place never felt right. Even now, looking back on it years later, I go back and forth between trying to explain it logically and wondering if there was something else going on entirely. From the outside, the house looked normal. It wasn't abandoned or falling apart. It didn't have that classic haunted look. But the feeling inside was different. Almost every day, there was this quiet sense of anxiety that hung in the air. It wasn't overwhelming, but it was always there in the background, like a low hum you couldn't quite ignore. Sometimes it would hit harder, you turning into this heavy feeling of dread that made you uncomfortable for no clear reason. Just being in certain rooms, especially when you were alone, felt wrong somehow. At one point, I tried to explain it in a more practical way. I had read that radon exposure could cause anxiety and strange feelings, and our house did have a known radon issue. That seemed like a reasonable explanation. It made sense that something in the environment could mess with your mood or your mind. And for a while, I convinced myself that was probably all it was. But there were other things that didn't fit so easily into that explanation. There were times when I would be home alone and hear footsteps moving around in other parts of the house. Not faint, random creaks, but clear, deliberate steps. The kind of sound you recognize immediately as someone walking, and I would stop whatever I was doing and listen, trying to tell myself it was just the house settling or the pipes or something shifting. But deep down, it never really felt like that. It always felt like someone was there. And that feeling, being watched, was constant. It wasn't panic-inducing, not most of the time. But it was enough to make you look over your shoulder more than you should. Enough to make you leave lights on. Enough to make you move a little faster when you walked past certain areas of the house. My dad had it worse than anyone. His bedroom was near the basement, while mine was upstairs. So if anything was happening down there, I wouldn't have heard it. He used to say that at night, he would hear sounds coming from the basement. Not just random noises, but things that sounded intentional. Movement, shifting. Sometimes louder crashes or bangs that didn't have any obvious cause. Then there were the more disturbing things he described. He said he would hear knocking on the cellar door, not once or twice, but repeatedly, like someone was trying to get his attention. And sometimes he claimed he could hear a woman screaming. Not clearly enough to understand words, but enough to recognize the sound. I never heard that myself, and part of me still wonders if maybe it was something else. Something explainable that just sounded worse in the quiet of the night. But the way he talked about it made it hard to completely dismiss. What made it even stranger was that, according to him, every family who had lived in that house before us had experienced something similar. I never confirmed that myself, but it added another layer to everything. It made the house feel less like a place with random issues and more like something that carried a pattern. There are a few moments that stand out more clearly than the rest. The first one happened the night before we moved out. My dad said he woke up suddenly because he felt a strong, sharp tapping on his head. Not a dream, not something vague, something physical enough to wake him up immediately. He couldn't explain it, and there was nothing around that could have caused it. It happened once, maybe more than once, and then it stopped. Another time, my brother's girlfriend was staying over with her daughter. My dad and I were out, and when we came back, the daughter was clearly shaken. She said she had seen a shadow in the corner of the room, just standing there, watching. At the time, I brushed it off as imagination. Kids see things, and especially in unfamiliar places, and it's easy for their minds to turn shadows into something more. That's what I told myself, and that's what I told everyone else. But even then, part of me wasn't completely convinced. Then there was the time my dad was in the basement practicing with his band. He was expecting me to come home from a Christmas party that night. While he was down there, he heard heavy footsteps upstairs. Not light movement, heavy, clear steps, like someone walking around without trying to be quiet. He assumed it was me and went upstairs to greet me. But when he got there, the house was empty. I didn't get home until about half an hour later. That one always stuck with me because it was so specific. It wasn't just a strange feeling or a noise that could be explained away. It was something that sounded exactly like a person moving through the house at a time when no one else was there. Eventually, things got to a point where my dad felt like he had to do something about it. He had the house blessed. I wasn't really into that kind of thing, especially around that time in my life. I was starting to move away from religion and didn't believe much in rituals like that. But I remember him saying that the priest who came to do it was visibly uneasy. Supposedly, he hesitated before even going inside, like he didn't want to step through the door. I don't know how much of that was real and how much might have been exaggerated after the fact. But it added to the atmosphere surrounding the house. Even if you didn't believe in anything supernatural, it was hard to ignore how many strange things had been reported there. At one point, we even had a group come in to check the house. They were connected to paranormal investigations, similar to the kind of people you'd see on those ghost hunting shows, though not directly part of them. They brought equipment, took photos, and did their usual sweep. Most of what they showed us didn't impress me. There were pictures with orbs, which I always thought were just dust or reflections. My brother agreed with me. It all felt kind of forced, like people wanting to find something, whether it was really there or not. But there was one moment that stood out. Back then, I had this phase where I thought I might have some kind of psychic ability. Looking back, it was probably just me being young and trying to be interesting. Still, during the investigation, I pointed to a specific spot and told them to take a picture there. I don't even know why I chose that exact place. It just felt right at the time. When they showed us the photo later, it was different from the others. It looked like the upper part of a person's body, almost like a bust, but distorted. The face looked wrong, twisted, unnatural, almost demented. It wasn't clear enough to be definite, but it also wasn't easy to dismiss as random shapes or dust. We tried to explain it. The washing machine was nearby, and we thought maybe it was some kind of reflection or light distortion. That would have made sense. But the more you looked at it, the harder it was to ignore how much it resembled a person. Not a clear, detailed person, but something close enough to make you uncomfortable. Even now, I don't know what to make of all of it. Some of it can probably be explained. The anxiety could have been caused by the radon. The noises could have been the house settling, pipes shifting, or something else entirely. The shadow could have been imagination. The photo could have been a trick of light. But when you put everything together, the constant unease, the footsteps, the things my dad experienced, the moments that didn't line up, it becomes harder to brush it all off as coincidence. I never saw anything as extreme as what my dad described. I never heard the screaming or the knocking. But I felt enough and heard enough to know that something about that house wasn't normal. And even if there's a logical explanation for every single thing that happened, There's still a part of me that remembers how it felt to be there. That feeling is the hardest thing to explain, and the hardest thing to forget. Story 15. The house we bought had been sitting empty for about 2 years before we ever stepped inside it. You could feel that the moment you walked in. It wasn't just dust or the stale air. It had that quiet, unused feeling, like the place had been waiting too long for someone to come back. Still, it wasn't in terrible shape, and we saw potential in it right away. During the viewing, though, there was one thing that stood out. In one of the bedrooms, there was a closet door that had been padlocked shut. Not just casually closed, but secured with a heavy latch, like the kind you'd see on a barn door, with a lock threaded through it. It didn't look decorative. It looked intentional. Naturally, we asked about it. The realtor told us they didn't have a key and that we wouldn't be able to open it unless we bought the house. That should have been a red flag. But instead, it just made us more curious. Once we finalized everything and the house was officially ours, opening that door became the first thing we wanted to do. It didn't take long. A pry bar and a few minutes of effort were enough to break through the latch. When the door finally gave way, we stepped inside, expecting something strange, maybe even unsettling. But what we found was something different. It was a small, enclosed space that had clearly been turned into a child's play area. The walls were painted in bright, cheerful colors, and the ceiling was covered in glow-in-the-dark stars and planets. The floor had a checkered tile pattern, almost like something out of a playroom from decades ago. But there were no windows, no air vents, and no lights. It was completely sealed off, like a little hidden room inside the house. The mood shifted almost immediately. What should have felt playful instead felt wrong. The colors seemed out of place in the dim light, and the stars on the ceiling only made the space feel more unnatural. It was like something meant to be happy had been left behind and forgotten. My younger brother, without missing a beat, looked around and said, "Well, this must be where they kept the kids before they died." It was meant as a joke, but it landed harder than anyone expected. We moved past it eventually. Over the next 3 months, we focused on renovations. The house needed work, and staying busy helped push aside any lingering unease. By the time we moved in, things felt more normal. The strange little room became just another part of the house, something we didn't think about too much. There was a loft area upstairs that had a motion sensor light installed because there wasn't an easy way to add a switch. It also had a daylight sensor, so it was only supposed to come on when it was dark and movement was detected. But almost immediately, it started behaving oddly. The light would turn on by itself at random times, day or night. It didn't matter how we adjusted the sensor or where we pointed it. It would just flick on, as if something had passed through its field of view. At first, we laughed it off. Every time it happened, we jokingly call out, "Will you kids stop running around in the house?" It became a kind of running joke, and strangely enough, after we said it, the light usually wouldn't come on again for the rest of the day. It was easy to ignore when it was just a light. About a year after moving in, we had repurposed that strange closet room into a computer room. It still felt a little off, but it was functional, and we didn't think too much about it anymore. My wife and I had a routine where we left for work together in the morning, but our schedules meant we got home at different times. I usually arrived about 2 hours after she did. One day, while I was still at work, she called me. She sounded confused, not scared, just trying to make sense of something. She asked why I had come back home after we had left together that morning. I told her I hadn't. There was a pause on the line, the kind where you can feel someone trying to process what they just heard. When she got home, she found the chair from our computer room sitting in the kitchen. Not just slightly out of place, but fully moved. To get there, it would have had to go through 2 separate doorways, down a hallway, and then down a flight of stairs. It wasn't something that could have been knocked over or accidentally shifted. It had been moved deliberately from one room to another. We tried to make sense of it. Maybe one of us had done it absent-mindedly and forgotten. Maybe there was some explanation we just weren't seeing. But neither of us could come up with anything that made sense. In the end, we did what we had done before. We joked about it, blamed it on the kids. It was easier that way. Easier than thinking too deeply about it. About 6 months after that, something happened that was harder to laugh off. We went to bed one night, and everything in the house exactly where it should have been. Nothing out of place, nothing unusual. But when we woke up the next morning, the kitchen was different. Every single knife from the butcher block, the sharp ones, the ones you'd actually use for cooking, had been removed. In their place, neatly arranged, were all the butter knives. The sharp knives hadn't disappeared. They had been placed carefully behind the kitchen sink, out of the way, almost like someone had intentionally swapped them. Neither of us had done it. We were both sure of that. And there was no logical reason for it to have happened overnight without either of us noticing. That was the moment things started to feel less like coincidences and more like something we couldn't explain. We were shaken. We left the house that day and stayed out as long as we could, thus trying to come up with some kind of reasonable explanation. By the time we returned, we had convinced ourselves we were overreacting, that there had to be a normal reason for it, even if we couldn't figure it out. Ghosts weren't real. There weren't any kids. There had to be another answer. Not long after that, we were talking to a neighbor and mentioned the house. That's when we learned more about its past. No children had died there, but something had happened. The room with the strange closet, the one we had turned into a computer room, had been the site of a suicide. The previous owner's brother had lived there, and after his wife left him, he couldn't handle it. He ended his life in that room. The story didn't end there. The previous owner had continued living in the house afterward, but when he later faced a foreclosure, when he attempted to take his own life in the same room, his children found him in time, and he survived. Hearing that changed the way we saw everything. It didn't prove anything, but it added weight to the feeling we had always tried to ignore. That room, from the very beginning, had felt different. Now we knew it had a history tied to it, something heavy and difficult that had happened within those walls. Later that year, our family grew, and we had to rearrange the house to make room for a baby. Rooms were shifted around, furniture moved, and that computer room, the one with the strange closet, was cleared out completely. It became empty, used only for storage. After that, the strange things stopped. Completely. No more lights turning on by themselves. No more objects moving. No more moments that made us question what we had seen or heard. And it was like whatever had been happening was tied to that room. And once it was no longer being used, it all just ended. Years have passed since then, and we still live in the same house. That room remains mostly untouched, used only to store things we don't need every day. My son, who is 4 now, sometimes goes in there to play. Even during the day, when sunlight fills the bedroom outside, he turns on every light before stepping inside. When we asked him why, he didn't hesitate. He just said it made the room feel less weird. He doesn't know the history of that space. He doesn't know anything about what happened there or what we experienced. But somehow, in his own way, he feels it too. Now that you've heard them all, which detail is going to follow you into the dark? The hallway that turns into pure black, the attic girl, and the kettle that listens, or the knives being swapped overnight? What do you think it was? Spirits, psychology, coincidence, or something we don't have a name for yet? If you want the next 2-hour real incident compilation, like and subscribe once, and tell me the theme. Doppelgangers, haunted houses, or child entity encounters.